streaming started. Yes, started. Test करते हैं. Mic test. Before I go to
गेम चालू होना चाहिए ना.
I think वो ऐसे ही हो जाता है. उसमें आएगा लिंक आ गया ना. I can check it out. I got it here. ये आ गया. देखो अंपायर वॉक कर रहा है. बोलो जरा तो.
Hello. Mic testing. 1 2 3 1 2 3.
ये हो गया भी वहाँ पे बैटरी एक्स्ट्रा ये भी चलेगा.
वहाँ पर वाटर प्रूफ था क्या?
कोई तो रखा था, किसने किया था, कितना किया पता नहीं, पर समथिंग वाज डन.
अभी सन आ गया तो हो जाएगा तब.
You won the toss?
Dry out pretty soon. Maybe 15-20 minutes.
Wicket is a bit wet because they covered it very late. Every other ground they covered. It was the last one. Batting is very but the batting is clear. But then he's also right. The way our batting is they will bat without pressure. Here it's still a ball will stop and it's similar to the early morning. It is right.
October 7th to the 12th.
Yes, sir.
Toss won by DC and bat.
Oh, the toss already? Oh, wow. Glad I came out to the car.
We have to take advantage of the groundsman when we could, because
Yeah.
it's been our priority. Right? He just jumped in.
Yeah.
Right?
So DC won the toss the batter.
Yeah.
What time is starting? 15.
Huh?
You scored
already.
Two
balls. Tell me your name again.
No, you shaved it since yesterday. You shaved it. Okay, so are you trying to fool me? You trying to fool me, aren't you?
Okay, so I took 2 balls.
Yeah.
I'll get it from here. All the balls here itself.
Okay.
I'll come and take it. Keeping it here is fine.
Varghese.
Yes, you got my name correct. And by the way, what's your name?
Brian Walters.
Brian Walters.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Good to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. trusting you with our stuff.
Yeah, man.
Just trusting you with our stuff.
Hey, just look at me. If you wanted to steal something, would you come over here to challenge me? All right, sir.
I'm trying to see if you can roll that real quick for me, but you so you can do it.
All right, cool.
Just protection
Yeah.
on the side pitch.
Yeah, man.
Sticky.
Okay.
You fool me. You fool me.
Psych. So DC winning toss and batting, you say?
Yes.
All
One and bat.
Oops.
See? You're not priority. That's why I grabbed them when I could.
Yeah.
I'm like, Chester, I know we are not your priority, but we
But
ready.
please.
Can you help us out?
Exactly. I'm just drive over here to tease you and gone again. How's the pitch itself? Pitch itself fine?
Pitch is good. The
Okay.
side pitch is a little sticky
Oh, yeah.
because, well, this one.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Because it wasn't roll as hard as the regular pitch,
All right.
the match pitch,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
so water will affect that more.
Yeah.
And I didn't think of that when I had the guys pull the covers off. We just pulled the half off. We should
Yeah.
pull all off. We probably couldn't do it because it wasn't enough for us.
Yeah.
I didn't want to. I would have needed enough to hold the other end and drag it.
Yeah,
We couldn't
yeah.
do that. I just wanted to start getting air to it because I knew it would sweat.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so DC.
And we got, just like that. It's still 2:15. We got to walk now.
Right, it's true.
213
I
now.
got 2:13. That's what we got to
Yeah.
walk now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good luck,
ball.
gentlemen.
Yep.
The ball's right there.
Just bring one. Just all of them around.
It's all of them, bro.
Yeah. Let's go. Give it. Let's go. Yeah, good until we get in, okay?
Mic check one. Mic check one. Mic check one. Mic check one. So we're now at the business end of the tournament. Preliminaries have all been completed. The, let's call them the group stages games are done and dusted. And we're down to the final four. So this is the semifinal match taking place between the Atlanta War Eagles and the DC Titans. DC Titans have won the toss and they've decided to have a bat. So the DC Titans opening the batting with a pair of Nidhi Chaka and Aisha Garapati. For somebody who is as interested in development as me, I am pleased to say that the opening bowler is someone who only started playing cricket 5 years ago. Brooke Shears from the lovely state of Michigan just started playing cricket not too long ago, and she is opening the bowling in a semi-finals match, bowling here to Aishi Garapati. Umpires are ready. Conrad Rogers, Noel Varghese. First delivery from Brooke. Bang on target. Brooke Shears gets that ball right in the right area. Middle stump, middle and leg stump line. A little bit of off spin is what she's bowling. So you expect a strong leg side field. Short mid wicket, backward square leg, mid on and mid off. I'm sorry, and deep mid wickets. This is a low full toss and it's put away through the leg side for 4. So 4 on the leg side, 5 on the off. Not surprising there, but if the ball doesn't pitch, then you sort of are at the mercy of how good the batter is. And this time, Aisha Garapati putting that one away. Brooke will know that this ball needs to pitching, and you'd want her to be on the line of off stump, maybe just a little bit outside the line of off stump, turning in. It's probably a more appropriate delivery. And of course, you're in the power play, so only 2 allowed outside the circle. Interestingly, only 1 is outside the circle, and that's deep mid wicket. So she's gonna have to be very careful with the line. Oh, look at that! Knocked her over! Knocked her over! What a comeback delivery. Just a little bit of turns through the gate, takes middle and leg. First wicket down. I think Brooke will exchange a 4 for a wicket all day long if you give her that option. Third delivery of this innings produces a wicket. The score is 4 for 1. Really interesting that the cry that you hear is 9 more. So the Atlanta War Eagles are not just thinking containment, they're thinking domination. And they're looking to make sure that this opening pair, well, the opening pair has already been sent back. Aisha Garapati has been dismissed, and it is going to be Nidhi Chaka, who is at the non-strikers end, who will be joined by Sahiti Mogula. It will be really interesting to see how this develops from here, because some part of the analysis would be thinking, okay, this young lady just started playing cricket 5 years ago. Why is it that we're not dominating her? And I want to see how that dynamic plays itself out, because if you've spoken to Brooke Shears, you know that she does not give an inch, and everything about her is competitive. So let's see how well she handles this matchup. Look at that, bang on target here. Slightly round arm with the action that time. Solidly defended for no run, but this is a really interesting passage of play. And this is the semifinals, the DC Titans and the Atlanta War Eagles. And opening the bowling, Brooke Shears doing really well so far. Tossed up, really good delivery. Defended, no run. So a couple of deliveries remaining here in over number 1. A really good start here. Tossed up. Oh, Yorker length. Bang on target. The last ball coming up here. What a great start for, in fact, that is the end of the over. So brilliant over here from Brooke Shears. Conceded only 4 runs and has already taken a wicket. The score is 4 for 1. Four for 1 is the score after 1 over. Atlanta War Eagles asked to bowl first, and they have obliged by taking the wicket of Aisha Galapati. So now Nidhi Chukka will be facing for the first time. It's going to be bowler coming from the southern end of the ground, Darshna Karthik. And we'll see exactly how well she can do here, because this is going to be really interesting. Tricky passage of play, choosing to bat first. By the way, just so you're aware, we had a brief rain delay. Pitch got maybe not soaked, but certainly had a little bit of rain before the ground staff was able to come and bring the covers on. And so one element to keep in mind is that a little bit of rain tends to make the wicket just a little bit more spicy. This morning I thought it was perfect for batting, but today or this time of the day with a little bit of rain and sun baking down, it might just get a little spicy, maybe skid on a little bit more as opposed to bouncing ordinarily, and it just might put some thoughts in the mind of the batting side, so that if you were thinking beforehand that if you win the toss in the morning game or in the afternoon game you wanted to bat first, that might upset that strategy just a little bit, because rain obviously a pretty significant variable. And for now I believe the rain has stopped. Still clouds overhead, but looking to see where the rain came from. I think we're okay at least for the time being, but bear in mind forecast showing about a 60% chance of rain the rest of the day. As of right now, even though it's very clouded to the west of us, directly overhead appears to be fine. So the ground that you're looking at is bathed in sunshine. Remains to be seen if it remains like that. Look at that! Cut shot and straight to point. The second wicket falls. That is a really good catch. She bobbled it for a split second, carried to her probably waist height. I think did the right thing, going down to attempt to take it chest height, and it hit both of her hands, popped out, but she sticks with it and holds on. The second wicket goes down. Look at this. How big is this? Because this is now the other opener who's been sent back, Nidhi Chukka. Both openers sent back pretty cheaply, and the score after 1 over and 4 balls is 4 for 2. So all of a sudden the DC Titans are in a bit of trouble. Now, something to bear in mind as you see the DC Titans batting first. DC Titans are a tremendous bowling unit. And we saw them yesterday evening defend a score of 94, I believe it was, winning by almost 18 runs. So that tells you they don't need a whole lot of runs in order to compete. So bear that in mind as you assess the likelihood of either one of these teams winning. But having said that, you're certainly still in a position here where you would be concerned if you're the DC Titans, because you want to put up a decent score. I would think under the circumstances you'd want at least triple digits. Something around 110, 115 would be preferable than the 90 runs that you defended last night. But anyway, we'll see how that develops the rest of the way. End of the over, 4 for 2 is your score. Four for 2. The batters Neither has yet scored. Nishka Ramaneni has faced 1 ball. And Sahita Magula faced 3. And again, neither of them has anything against their name. Brooke Shears into her 2nd over, 3rd over of the innings. And they're really starting out well here with the ball. This is the Atlanta War Eagles. Bang on target with these 2. So looking at the bowlers, Brooke Shears is the 2nd leading bowler in the side. 4 wickets taken, conceded 54 runs, so an average of 13.5. Excellent average. And then look at the economy rate. 2.7 economy rate is absolutely tremendous. So you will see that the start that you've had here, clearly up to, I would say, good management. And speaking of good management, for the Atlanta War Eagles, I'm joined here by the team manager, am I right?
Yes, team manager, team owner.
Team manager and team owner. Sorry, team manager and team owner is Sana Nair. Did I get that right?
Yes, you got
Sana,
that.
good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing today?
I'm excellent. So Sana, your team lost the toss. Opposition chose to bat, but in over number 3, they only have 4 runs on the board, 2 wickets are down. How comfortable are you with where you are right now?
I am very comfortable with how our team is doing right now. I think they're feeling really well. They're being very tight. And I think they have eyes on the prize. And just from playing this team earlier this week, 2 days ago, I think they're much more confident this time around. So really proud of them, and I think they're doing really good right now.
Fantastic. So we just had a maiden. Brooke, 2 overs, 2 for 4. Or, yeah, 1 for 4, my apologies. But in 2 overs, she's only conceded 4 runs. I'm going to pick on Brooke for a second.
Okay.
Everyone else on the team is, correct me if I'm wrong, South Asian in origin.
Yes.
Brooke,
Mix, yes.
close enough.
Yeah.
Brooke is from upstate Michigan, Texas. Michigan, U.S. Tell me about what that means for you as a team owner who can attract players who are not just the traditional cricket countries, but from actual, I hate to say actual Americans because that sounds insulting, but people, let's just say people who had no prior involvement with the sport. What does that mean to you?
So basically, I think our goal is to empower girls and women in all ages, because our academy basically has from 5 up until 20, so all ages, all sizes, all shapes, all colors. Brooke gives her like 200% at every match. She will dive for it, she will go for it, and she does not care. And there is no, she's straightforward with everything, and she's one of the most, I'm very proud to have her, because even the youngsters that we have here today, she empowers them, she motivates them. She's not here, she knows it's a team sport, it's not an individual sport. So I'm so thankful to have her, and we really want her to come, and we've been with her for years now. And I think she is a great representation of what we really want, to have women of all color and girls of all color be part of our team, to be part of our academy, and just be part of cricket altogether,
It warms my heart to hear you say that. Sometimes you can fall into the trap of just thinking cricket is about people who were born in a different country wanting to move here and keep playing it. And the reality is that there is an opportunity for the other 300 million people in this country who didn't know the sport to be able to learn it. And so knowing that you highlight that is something that's really important to me. So tell me some more about your academy. If you want to be specific in terms of numbers, in terms of development, tell me some more about the academy.
All right, so I grew up in Cali, and I moved here in 2016
Where exactly?
with my parents. OC Irvine.
Okay.
So I moved here with my parents. And
Oh, you've got to be kidding. You have got to be kidding. That is a stunning catch. Proper cut shot, traveling and probably 2 inches off the ground. Snapped up at backward point. The 3rd wicket is down. Absolutely amazing. Keep going.
Thank you. So when we moved over here, we realized that, you know, there was not much of a cricket base in Atlanta or in Georgia. And so my dad being ICC certified and, you know, having played when he grew up, like he loves cricket. Cricket is his biggest passion.
Sure.
So we first started out, my dad actually completely voluntarily wanted to coach a women's team. NC Panthers, and basically while he coached them, he realized, and I realized, that yes, we want to do a women's team, but there's so much more like empowerment, so much more time that we can put into promoting kids who want to learn. You know, kids that don't know about the sport, kids that maybe go, you know, baseball, gymnastics, literally anything else that does not know the world of cricket, you know, and everything that goes with it. It's not just politics, you know. So from then we decided that, you know, having my dad be so like happy about this, what he wanted to do, we started our own little academy. It is still growing. We have over 100 students, but we only started like over the last year. So basically throughout that time he was coaching for different academies, and then we decided, okay, we want to do something for ourselves to help kids. So within that time now, my dad has students that he's coaching throughout the US. We have some players that are in the Canadian team that come with our team just because they want to be part of our team for more, I guess, exposure, for more opportunity.
I'm assuming Habiba is one of those.
Habiba is one of them, and we used to have more players, but right now we're trying to give chances to the girls here. And then on top of that, I think throughout the years, about 95% of the girls that's within Atlanta that's currently actively playing or within the national team, my dad has coached them some way when they started, somehow throughout their journey.
So you've talked about your dad a number of times. Who's your dad?
My dad is right, the coach Sudhir Nair. Yes.
Coming next.
I'll come.
This is really wonderful to hear. Did I hear you say that in 1 year you've gained more than 100 students in your academy?
Yes, and it's mainly just because we try to, you know, join other academies, and then I realized that I really want to promote like no politics, no stressors for the kids, no like extreme parent involvement. It's where we want the parent support, but we want the kids to enjoy the sport, you know. They want to play, you know. And I don't want them to just start and then leave just because it's too stressful for them. So I really think it's very essential that we do it the way we're doing now, where they're just focused on what they do and that's all they have to do. You know, they need to love the sport. So yeah.
Last question I have for you. And I've been putting this question in many different forms to people throughout the week. Where does women's cricket in this country end up? If you were to take your crystal ball and look down the road 20 years, what does women's cricket in this country look like?
I think within the 20 years is definitely grow. It's gonna grow. I will literally support it myself to make the movement to grow. You know, right now, you know, we're promoting this tournament. We're trying to do our best. We want to plan many more tournaments, many more opportunities. Right now we have 5 teams here. We want to have 10. We want to have 15. We want to have a lot more. Because there is, like, you know, men's or boys cricket, but women's is not as promoted. There's not as many supporters. So I feel like those of us who really feel passionate about need to do it, regardless of whether we have a son or a daughter or somebody that's in there. You know, I benefit nothing from it, but my daughter, she wants to be part right now, and she's only 5, you know. So I think it's essential that every person tries. You know, we try to get more sponsors, we try to provide more for the team, try to let them enjoy the sport and, you know, play their heart out. So I think within the next few years, it's gonna grow. It's definitely gonna grow. But it's on all of us to put that time and effort towards it, you know, to empower our kids. You know.
Repeat that last thing that you just said, because that needs to be heard again.
It's in our hands, right? It's in our hands. It's on us to promote them, to push them, to support them. And I think it is essential that each of us do what we can to push for that. I think that's very essential for us.
Words of wisdom.
Thank you so much.
Such a pleasure meeting you.
Very nice meeting you as
We'll
well.
definitely be in touch.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Wow. Words of wisdom indeed. 8 for 3 is the score. Absolutely brilliant stuff. First from Sana Nair herself, owner and manager of the Atlanta War Eagles. And then from the War Eagles themselves on the field. And you're seeing Brooke Shears, who's now bowling her 3rd over. Her figures so far, 1 for 6 in 2 overs and 4 balls. Other opening bowler, Darshana Karthik, all she's done is take 2 wickets and only concede 2 runs in her 2 overs. So this is really good stuff from this opening bowler pair, and that becomes another economical over, just 1 run coming from it. End of over number 4, make that over number 5. The score is 8 for 3. Back to you, Darshana Karthik, coming back for the last over of the power play. Believe it or not, there's only 5 balls remaining in the power play, and the score is 8 for 3. Tremendous stuff here from the Atlanta War Eagles. Darshana Karthik and Brooke Shears absolutely making the ball talk, as they say. And again, there was a bit of a rain shower earlier, so you'd have expected that there would be some delays or maybe some waywardness with regard to the way that the ball comes onto the bat and so on. So choosing to bat first, maybe more a function of how much you have confidence in your bowling unit as compared to thinking that the conditions would allow you to have a decent score up front. But even then, I don't know that you'd have expected to lose 3 inside the power play without 10 runs on the board. So pay attention to how this develops the rest of the way. This for me becomes something that is extremely important. Let's see exactly how well they go here. A long way to go, but this pair of Nishka Ramaneni and Tanushree Vishal have some work to do, because it certainly puts you in a position that things are going to be more and more difficult. Solid in defense that time, Tanushree Vishal. Not yet gotten off the mark though, so at some point you're going to want to start scoring. And again, nothing to be desperate about, but it sort of dictates you needing to manage the resources that you have in such a way that puts you in a position to start generating some runs. Everyone inside the circle, look at that delivery. Extra bounce, that kissed off of the pitch through to the keeper. No appeal from the keeper, that's important. So umpire Conrad Rogers would have had to think about that. The very many things that you think about as an umpire as you decide whether or not to accept an appeal, or to uphold an appeal if you will. But I think umpire Conrad Rogers thinking that this is missing everything. I think that's the right decision. This one goes down the leg side though, so she'll have to re-bowl that. So you're looking to see how in many ways you can get over the next, or get through the next couple of overs, probably with no more losses. Then see how you can start accelerating and building a target that the bowlers can defend. Look at that great Yorker, bang on target. Stereotypical toe crusher, that one, landing right on, it appears, the toe of Tanushree Vishal. 2 balls remaining here in the power play. I don't think it makes a big difference that you're out of the power play after these next 2 balls, because I think that they're going to continue to push on. And my apologies, I missed it by a ball. That is the end of the power play. So 3 runs coming from that last over the power play. 11 runs scored in the power play. I don't think that's going to intimidate very many teams, even if you have the bowling that the DC Titans do. End of over number 6. The score is 11 for 3. So 6 overs in the books. Excuse me. So Brooke Shears takes a break. 3 overs bowled. Excellent bowling. 1 for 6 in with 3 overs. And the opening bowler was equally spectacular. Probably more spectacular, actually. In fact, objectively more spectacular. 3 overs, 2 for 5 for Darshana Karthik. And so a new bowler into the attack, Ashika Shiratanagandla. Ashika, I sure hope I said your name properly. And if you don't mind, I'll just stick with Ashika from now on. But anyway, starting with a low full toss, put it into the deep mid-wicket air for a single. Out of the power play, you can be more defensive if you need to, but they are not having any of it, the Atlanta War Eagles. So turning down the leg side, a certain amount of turn. Saw the wicket turning in the first game this morning between the COVID-19 Daredevils and their opponents, whose name escapes me at the moment. But that last delivery from your new bowler, Ashika, showed a certain amount of turn. Look at that one, turn and bounce. So that certainly will be something that you want to think about. Wanting to see whether or not you can make that ball do the exact same thing. Batter Nishka Tanushree Vishal is relatively diminutive. And that's the line where I'd want to see her start that ball from. Even though this one doesn't turn and it sort of is played easily through the offside. But more to the point, if you're able to get the ball to turn from out there and have it end up on off stump, for me that is a brilliant delivery for these or for this pair. Okay, so the last couple have been far outside the line of off stump. And admittedly, they've not turned that much. And then tossed up. That's going down, I believe. Good flight, but starting that one a little bit too straight, so it's not in any way threatening the stumps. I think umpire Noel Varghese making the right decision there. Again, going down the leg side. Quick single. Should not have tried to take that single because it has developed in a run out. So a lot happening there. There's a wide. Went down the leg side. That's 1 run. They tried to go for the second run, meaning exchange positions that would have scored 2 on those wides. But the run out was effected. Throw coming into the keeper's end. And umpire Conrad Rogers raising the finger of death. So a lot happening there, but at the end of it all, that is the end of Tanushree Vishal's innings. And the 4th wicket goes down with fewer than 20 runs on the board. They will not be very happy to see this, but the DC Titans are 20 for 4. So it's not often that you get to be in the presence of greatness. Presence of greatness, because I can count on one hand the number of people who I know personally who are level 3 ICC certified coaches, and I'd have several fingers left over if that was the case. But Mr. Sudhir Nair, you have the academy that we're watching right now who has the opponents on the ropes 15 for 4. What are your thoughts about where your team is right now?
This is not my academy, it's my team. We have
Team.
Atlanta War Eagles belongs to my daughter, and academy belongs to me.
Got it.
Stride is our academy, and we are partnering the tournament with NWCL. So it's a local tournament, so we are giving a chance for the our academy kids.
Yep.
So I have like 6 months, 3 months who started cricket. So only four, three only good players. The rest all I play with new players. So couple of games we struggled. because of extras, fights, but this game anyway they have not given any fights. 1 or 2 fights has come, and they are doing very good. And fielding also improved. They realized, they understood the semi-finals it is, so we have to win. We are doing good now.
It's interesting that you say that you have a few players who have only been playing for a few months.
Yeah.
As an ICC level 3 coach, you're accustomed to players who have been playing for decades. Is there a difference in the approach that you take to coaching a brand new player versus players who are more established?
Yes. See, I have kids from the age 5. In my academy, I have we have a masters, little masters, and in that 12 kids are there. All are between 5 to 7.
Okay.
So from there, I train them. Out. Next. Out. I'm sorry. So I train them basically more on drills. I do drills, and so for the beginners, this is what I do: body alignment and focus. And then I never do them weight training or anything like that. That all after they reach 16, something like that. Before that, I don't believe, because they have to build their muscles. And for seniors, only just correct their technique. See, in America, what I notice, and the people who come to me, the adult, they all are gully cricket players in India. So they're technically not sound. So if it is their day, they will score runs. Otherwise, they cannot. So that is a part with adult I do. And for molding kids, I started as academy from January this year, and now we have 90 plus kids.
Wow.
And I have 56 girls. In Georgia, 95% of the girls have been trained by me, started through me only. You go to any kid, any team, it's my girls. But now they are not with me because parents will take them after some time to other academies. That's what they do. So that is how I train. And I'm now grooming like almost under 11 years. 11 years, that category, I have almost 37 kids, 3 teams I have. Under 13 I have. From 14 plus, I don't focus much. If kids come, I'll take. Whatever I am building, I want to groom them up.
That is absolutely amazing to hear. So the last question I'll ask you. First of all, before the last question, Little Masters, is that pointing to Sachin Tendulkar?
No, that's a name what we given for that group.
Got it.
And that is for 12 kids we need 4 coaches.
Got it.
That is the group which is difficult, the toughest group we have. Yeah.
So the final question, is it more important to focus on high performance players who from your academy can go all the way to, for example, winning a national championship?
Yes.
Or is it more important to not necessarily have the best players, but have a wider reach? Which is more important to you?
See, my focus is produce players and up to where they can reach. And you know, in cricket, a lot of politics are there. And
Really, I never noticed.
Yeah. See, each parent will form a team for their kids to play. So they will be. No, I'm serious. Some other tournament is happening here in Narsee Farms, another ground. One team came from Kansas. Do you know that in Kansas there is a team? Coach, everything is single guy. Yeah. Okay, and his son is the opening bowler, wicket keeper, and the open bat. And the rest 10 kids locally from here.
Yeah.
See, that is what is happening here.
Yes.
So we cannot stop that.
Yes.
So I never try to bring any kid to my academy, or I never push any. If somebody want to go, they can go.
Sure.
It's open.
Sure.
And whoever stands, which is my 2 girls, bought by me, they are in US under 19. So like that also, I'm developing kids, and I have a couple of boys. They are doing very good at 14, 15. My academy is only 1 year old now, going to be 1 year. So I have only new kids, and I never entertain any kids from other academy to come and join to me. I don't entertain that. If somebody wants, it's okay, fine. Otherwise, see here what they do is that one parent will decide, okay, I will form a team. He will pull 5 from one academy, 5 from other academy, and he start a team. And all these kids' future is good. That is why can you tell me one kid in USA team who was trained in America?
Yep.
No. They will not reach there. The parents will kill the game. Because see, when these parents are young, it can be any parent. When they are in India, they were not able to play cricket. When they come here, whatever they have in their mind, they want their kids to play. See, cricket from outside you can enjoy. When you go in the middle only, you know how much pressure is there, tension is there, all this. They will drop catches. The parent will scream. And it's a long, at least 5-6 years they have to wait.
Yep.
If you can't. So, whoever come to me, I'll say, I teach a kid front foot drive will take 3 years. Can you join here? Otherwise, don't. So now I got see the girl who bowled. She's 11 years, 9 months.
I'll tell you what is important for her just now. She's bowled 3 no balls in this over.
See, because
all 3 full tosses above waist height.
She's wearing new shoes. Can you see that?
Yep.
I told her when she go inside, don't put it. You have to use the old one. She's not listen.
But what's important or what's impressive to me is that she's stuck with it and she's gotten the ball in the right area in this occasion.
No, in
gotten the wicket.
Yeah, in this tournament, I think she has bowled almost 15 overs. She has given me little runs. And she is not for this year, next year. And I have another girl, she's standing somewhere, Dibu, somewhere there. She, trust me, in 2 years, she's the fastest bowler in USA.
Wow.
Like that, I'm producing kids.
Fantastic.
I know where the kids will reach. And again, in between, if the parents play something, gone. It's out of my hand.
Exactly.
Because in India, if we want to play cricket, we open the door and we play there. Here, parents have to take the kid to the ground. Otherwise, they cannot kick.
Another no ball. So this time an overstep. But one delivery left in this over. Okay, I lied. Here's the last question I'm going to ask you. Given the fact that you have young, eager players, they're looking to sort of improve their games, how important is it to you that they continue playing even, let's say for example, if it's in the winter and they're not able to play full games, how important is it for them to keep working on something every day?
Again, see, I believe in drills. Drills only will improve the game. You have to do drills. So it's winter or summer. No, if in summer we play outside, in winter we play inside. See, in America, 3 kinds of kids will come to cricket. Okay, one influenced by parents, one influenced by grandparents, one by your own. Their own is, we can say, 1%. That 1% is the kid coming there. He's my student, 5-year-old.
Fantastic.
He's coming with the bat to see his game.
Sure.
And the parents in those kids, they will not reach anywhere. The grandparents kids will be interested. They are the kids who are coming in. Because the pressure is less. Because the parent wants the kid, and the coach will teach something and parent will teach by his own. So this is not in our hand. If the parents have time to decide. See, I have girls, just before Ranjit was asking, hey, last year they were playing good. See, the parent, what they did, he thought my coaching is not good. He took the 2 girls to India to train for 2 years. And there is no 2 months. There is no continuity what they learn from there. Now, completely gone. In 1 over 15 wides, 17 wides. How can you play? And molding up to there, it took 3 years for me. So it's very painful. When they go, my time, and till last January, I was doing everything free. I was not taking any money. When I started, I go to home, pick the kids to the nets, I train them, I'll drop them back. Like that only I was developing. Now I stopped everything because of the parents are not cooperating. And after all this, they will go.
Right. Sure. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, that is excellent. Coach,
thank you.
Pleasure talking to you.
I have to go because
I would imagine.
I the shoes.
So, continuing the idea of words of wisdom, that time you heard from Coach Sudhir Nair. Sudhir Nair, the Academy coach. And back to the game that we're watching. Half of the side is out for the DC Titans. There are 30 runs on the board. The batters are Aradhya Kaushal and Mishka Armaneni. appeal for catch or for LBW, not out. So pressure has built. Even though you had one over number 8, bowled by Rupi Sakuja, that went for 13 runs, and of those 13 runs, several of those deliveries, 4 of them in fact were no balls. But even under those circumstances, I think it's fair to say that the Atlanta War Eagles are still very much on top in this game. So in the meantime, looking where we are now, into over number 9. You've had a decent start, but it's up to you to continue pushing on if you're the Atlanta War Eagles, because bear in mind, and that is going to be another no ball. So we've had in the last 2 overs 3 different kinds of no balls. We've had the full toss no balls, full toss above waist height, that by definition is a no ball. You saw the regulation overstep no ball in the previous over, and now a delivery that bounces twice before it gets to the batter. So maybe were they a little bit more disciplined in their deliveries, they'd be further on top in this game. Lobbed in the air doesn't really make a difference. I'm not sure why that parent is yelling at the player. It was a free hit, so it would not have made a difference. So in any event, you see a few no balls here and there, and you want to make sure that the players clean that up. But in the meantime, oh, that is another wide going down the leg side. And you will realize that in a score of 34, you have 15 extras. So take away the extras and the DC Titans are 19 for 5. That's certainly something that you'd want to clean up. There's a good delivery to close over number 9. 34 for 5. Even with all the extras, DC Titans are still very much on top.
Bad girls, keep batting.
So the bowlers have all come to the party so far, even with the few wides and the few no balls that you've had. Anytime you get to over number 10 and there is a team that has only 34 runs on the board and they've lost half of their wickets, that has to be advantage to the to the bowling side. The batters are Aradhya Kaushal, 2 from 6. Nishka Ramaneni, 6 from 15. And certainly a long way to go, but you almost have to think that the advantage would be with the Atlanta War Eagles, and it's up to them to continue to maintain. Now, as I said a couple of times, the DC Titans are a tremendous bowling unit, and so they definitely would feel that they can defend any score that they put up. Nishka Ramaneni is on strike. And the bowler coming now from the southern end of the ground is Dipanjali Pokala. This, I believe, is going to be a leg by. And in fact, no signal from umpire Conrad Rogers. So let's say that came off the bat. So definitely another run here to Nishka Ramaneni. Starting over number 10. So you started out with a single here. Overall run rate 3.82. We've had a few runs scored in the last couple of overs. This one just past the line of off stump and not too wide for umpire Conrad Rogers to think that it was going to be penalized. But in any event, so you're into over number 10, down to the last 94 balls rather, of the innings. It's a decent delivery. It's well played off the back foot. I think this is just going to be one. There's certainly a single there, but you need to start thinking in terms of how you're going to manufacture runs. Then the conversation at some point needs to be about who needs to grab the bull by the horns and take off. heading toward what they think would be a competitive total. Now, as I keep saying, they're certainly going to be looking to defend anything that they score here. The BC Titans, one run here again. So, looking at the bowlers, Brooke Shears is the second-ranked bowler for the Atlanta War Eagles. Ashton Karthik, who opened the bowling along with Brooke Shears, is the third-ranked bowler. Rupvi Sakuja, who bowled one over, who probably won for it to not have contained as many extras as it did, but she's the fourth-ranked bowler. Ashika Shiratana Gandla, Ashika is the fifth-ranked bowler. Then another bowler who we've seen so far, Dipanjali Pakala, is the one who's in action right now. So Dipanjali Pakala, her figures, conceded 98 runs and taken 1 wicket. So she'll want to bring that average down. A good average in a cricket context is around, anything under 25 is a good average. So we'll want to bring that 98 down. But anyway, it ends up with just a dot here to close the last over. We'll close out over number 10. End of 10, the score is 39-5. Just 38. So the aforementioned Brooke Shears, who is the second-ranked bowler in the team. 4 wickets, 54 runs, so her average is 13.5. As I said, anything around 25 is a good, or less is a good average. Because technically speaking, it means that you take a wicket every 13 runs that you concede. So that is absolutely excellent in any version of cricket. Starting out here with a dot ball. So bowled the first several overs. Overs 1, 3, and 5. This is catchable. Oh, misjudged. Oh, horribly misjudged. At mid-off rather. And that really should have been taken. It was in the air for a long time, but certainly was there for the catch. Should be very disappointed with that misjudging. Dipanjali Pakala. You want to make sure that you take those. It was in there for a long time, but came in too far and ended up having it go over her head. Flatzer pushing it through, defended back to the ball in a run. So your 3 deliveries into your 4th over here, Brooke Shears. Bowled overs 1, 3, and 5. This is now over 11. Tossed up. I'll tell you what, I like the variety. Excellent variety. Tossing that one all the way up. Asking the question. Let's see exactly how she's able to do here. This is the last 2 balls of the over, I believe. Cut away. Should just be 1 though. I believe is 1 ball remaining here in over number 11. So if you follow past protocol, there will be a water break at the end of over number 12. Tossed up really slow through the air. And it's another brilliant over bowl here by Brooke Shears. End of over number 11. The score is 39 for 5. Make that 40 for 5. Start of over number 12. It'll be again Dipanjali Pokala, 1 over, conceded 3 runs. Excellent from that standpoint. Good delivery, bang on the stumps. Oh my goodness, absolute shambolic, and then not collected. An easy run out was blown that time. The throw coming from the covers, not clean. But boy, you have to think that there was enough time to collect that ball and disturb the stumps. So very noisy, chaotic dot ball to start over number 11, over 12 rather. Low full toss, played into the offside. Oh, look at this. Running between the wickets is becoming just a little bit tricky, a little bit labored. And I will tell you, you're running into, getting into trouble here, because it's getting to the stage in the innings where you start thinking about what the final score is going to be. Down the leg side, paddle around the corner. Should just be 1 run. And that's good work. Sprinting back to get that ball is Kyra Nair. And she did well enough that there was only 1 run conceded there. So, in other words, you're certainly putting in the effort. You just want to make sure that the bowlers get the ball on the right lines. This last one was just a little too straight. Last 3 balls coming up here before I believe we'll get the water break. Good delivery, back on the stumps. Exactly what you want from your seamer. Dipanjali Pokala, as I mentioned, 8th ranked bowler. She's taken 1 wicket, conceded 98 runs. What's important here is her economy rate, 6.12. So she's conceding essentially a run a ball. For a medium pacer in the middle overs, that's actually not bad. Great delivery here. Bang on target with this very full delivery. And I believe after this next ball, we will be at, for the players, what would be a well-deserved water break. 2 runs coming from over number 12 so far. 42 runs on the board. So at the water break, you might reassess and see what you can do to improve. Look at that perfect Yorker again. Well kept out in the end by Aradia Kaushal. So that is the end of the over. And I believe the water break is coming up. We'll take the break along with the players. DC Titans struggling. Scores 42 for 5. So back here at field number 3 for the first semifinal between the DC Titans and Atlanta War Eagles in the 2025 Stride Atlanta Women Open. Batters are trying to put together something that the bowlers can aim at. Radia, Kaushal 5 from 18. Ishgar Ramadan 10 from 21. Working on building a partnership will not be easy. The reason why it won't be easy is because the leading bowler for the side, captain herself, Habiba Bader, who started out keeping, is now going to be taking the ball in hand and doing a little bit of bowling. First delivery, bang on target. Dot to start over number 14, make that over 13. Do batter. Should just be single here. Doing batter, as I mentioned earlier, is from Canada. A very high level of cricket in Canada, and then been on the women's cricket scene here in the U.S. for a number of years. Mentioned that she's the leading bowler in the side. Straight into the offside. I don't know that Aradia Kaushal didn't just spoil a wide. The ball was very, very wide, and I think may well have been called a wide had it not been played into the offside. But Habiba Bader, 6 wickets taken in the tournament so far. This ball is tossed up, and those 6 wickets have come at a cost of 5.67. So if you want to talk about what a good average looks like, 6 wickets taken 34 or conceded 34 runs. So she takes her wickets at 5.6 a pop. 56 is not a good average. 5.6 is a stunning average. This is a wide ball, signal wide by umpire Noel Varghese. So it'll be interesting to see whether she keeps tossing them up the way that she is right now. It'll be better. Very slow through the air. Just digging that one out and back to the bowler herself. End of over number 13, last 2 balls anyway, in over 13. Very much tossed up, and that is going to be down the leg side for yet another wide. So pay attention to exactly how this develops the rest of the way, because a number of wides now, 11 of them in all, tossed up, yet again going down the leg side for a wide. And there's 0 pace on these deliveries, so much so that the ball is bouncing twice before it gets to the keeper. No question that she wants to get it slightly fuller than that. That is the delivery that I think she's been trying to bowl. Looking here to see whether or not she'll be able to turn around the number of wides that you've had. All in all, you've had 18 extras, 12 are wides, 6 are no balls. But you're still in a good place overall. 46 for 5 up to 12. Up to 13, sorry. Back to the Panjala Pakala. That is bang on target to start over number 13. Brilliant delivery. All of wickets has been pretty dramatic. First wicket and the second wicket both fell at 4. third wicket fell at 7. Fourth wicket fell at 16, and the fifth at 28. So maybe just a little bit of a fight back here. And by a little bit I mean it is minuscule. But that partnership now worth 18. Looking to see how you can continue building past that. And if you're not able to build past that, then things become difficult for you. But again, as I've said a number of times, remember that this is a really good bowling side, and the extent to which they are a good bowling side means that they'll have confidence to defend anything that they put up. Tough, tight overs is what you're looking for here from Dipanjali Pakala. Into the 14th over here, her 14th I should say. Goes past the outside edge. Really good delivery. And a number of times you've seen that outside edge be threatened. Nothing off the edge yet, but certainly want to make sure that you continue building the pressure that you've been able to build so far. Great delivery, bang on target with that Yorker, and it is really, really a good ball. And that is the end of another excellent over. Just one run coming from that over. Really good stuff from Dipanjali Pakala. Her third over complete. She's conceded only 6 runs in 3 overs, and the score is 47 for 5. Back to Habiba batter. 1 over, bowled for the captain. Conceded 4 runs. Let's pull her on the corner, past the fielder, back at square leg. We will look for 2. They have to look for 2. They'll get there pretty easily. So 2 more runs added on to where you've been so far. I'll tell you that things become more and more difficult, but all in all, you need to just find a way to create some momentum. That momentum, as of right now, has been fleeting, but it has to be said that this is the largest partnership in the innings so far. Pair came together when the score was 28 for 5. It's now 49 for 5, so 21-run partnership. Nice delivery, tossed up, played into the offside. Do they look for a single? They will. They get to the single, so that makes it 50 up. Certainly want to see that happen. You want to see more of that. But it becomes really important to highlight the fact that there's only 64 balls left. This pair of Aradhya Kaushal and Niksha Ramaneni. Oh, it'd be a wide. Didn't miss by a whole lot, but leg stump is almost left exposed. But let's see exactly how they're able to counteract that. Tossed up on the leg side, pulled away. Knew what you could have left that to have been wide, and no one would have blamed her if she did, but so conceding another run there. So the bowling again, not quite as sharp as you'd like for it to be. 19 extras means that 37% of the runs have been scored in extras, and that's a very high percentage. On the leg side again pulled around the corner. This may get close to the boundary now. Come back for a second run. They'll get there now. to make sure that you get everything along the lines of what needs to be done. Looking for another probably 60 or so runs, if you would. And for the moment, this pair trying to be as aggressive as they can. This is going to be another single. And in looking at your options as you get closer to the end of the over, one ball remaining here in over number 15. 54 runs on board, make the 55. Let's see exactly how we got it close things up. That's another ball down the leg side. It's pulled around the corner. They will not get two here, I don't think. What they may have to bear in mind that throw coming from the outfield is not quite as strong as they'd like for it to be. So that becomes the end of the over. 56 for 5 is the score after 15. Long way to go here, but again, the DC Titans just trying to fight their way out of a pretty tricky spot. Now, speaking of a pretty tricky spot, I'm in a pretty tricky spot because I'm going to have to pronounce this name, and I don't know if I can pronounce it properly. Is it Aho Bilam?
You got it right.
Mr. Bilam, you are the CEO of Method Hub. You've supported women's cricket since 2023, if my notes are correct.
Correct.
Tell me, number one, what is Method Hub? And then tell me, why is it that you support women's cricket?
We are a fast-growing software services company based in the US with offices in Canada, India, and Thailand.
Okay.
And about 650 people work with us. With an origin like they have India-centric origin, cricket is quite natural to us, and in the last couple of years, cricket has grown significantly in the US. We had a World T20 which took place here, and then the equivalent of the IPL in India, it's called the MLC. That is also started in the US. While these are at the highest levels, at the grassroots level is where the change has to really happen. And one area where we see a lot of improvement or progress is women's cricket. Women's cricket is again women's empowerment, women's rights, women's participation in sports, etc. is something which this is something which are very dear to my heart personally, and our board also feels that this is the right vehicle to be associated with. It gives all the right optics, being progressive, being open about women's empowerment, and then there's a cricket angle to it, which makes it a message go farther into India, etc. Canada, India, and lots of other Commonwealth countries where we do a lot of hiring from. So that's our interest. That's the reason for our interest in cricket and women's cricket.
Fantastic. So you saw this opportunity in 2023. How has, in your mind, the interest grown from 23 to where you are now? Look at this run-out opportunity and gone. 6 wickets are now down. We may have to hurry up and get through this discussion because the DC Titans are collapsing like 10 pins. But the interest that you've seen in the last 2-3 years, how has it changed?
I would say that it has been really fast. There are a couple of catalysts. One is, as I said, the MLC. The other one is the World T20 taking place, which took place last year. Incidentally, India won, so it had a lot of good optics to it. And USA beat Pakistan. USA was like an unknown player, it beat Pakistan, and that also got the buzz going in a big way. So if you ask, I would say cricket is the fastest growing sport in the US. All others have grown and have saturated probably. They've flattened out at some level, but cricket has lots of legs and can grow, lot of headroom to grow.
So you touched on a couple of things that I'm really interested in. You mentioned US beating Pakistan. I was in the stadium when that happened in Dallas. That was amazing.
It gave us a kick too. I'm being Indian, I get a natural kick out of that.
Completely. And US played India in New York. I had a fun time explaining to my non-cricket friends that just because US scored, I think it was 109 and India scored 110, it wasn't close. It's not like basketball, the final is 110 to 109. That's a close basketball game. It was pretty much a domination. But more to the point that you're making though, going back to the women for a second, I think there is a much smaller gap between the top teams in the world and the US than there is on the men's side. So in your mind, what can be done to help close that gap such that the U.S. women are playing at the highest level and are matching results with India, with England, with Australia?
So I think the now amount of opportunities in the men's side is extremely lopsided. It is not that lopsided in the women's side, and also the history is also not that much. Even I would say the Indians, we have been playing, or Indians have been playing only for the last 10 years at that level in terms of competitive cricket. So that I think it's easier to catch up for the US team. What should be done? More tournaments, more and more funding, and more and more events which increase the competitive nature and spirit of the game. So more games like this, I would say. I mean, there's nothing, no substitute for hard match practice, and the more they have. A little bit of difficulty in terms of weather and other things in the US. It's 365 days. Yeah, those are things beyond control. But
Sure.
I think indoor facilities, etc., which are happening in a big way. I already know 3-4 facilities. One in Dallas, one in here in Atlanta. So all these things will kind of reduce the opportunities. Also, I think people who play cricket in the US are a lot more financially affluent, so they can afford the kits, the equipment, and everything else, and give the opportunities for the players, so that it's more that can be caught up. It's not that difficult to catch up on the head start which other countries like US, India, England, and Australia have got. I think that can be caught up. It's not difficult. Facilities are there, people, the inclination is there. I see parents driving their kids long hours, 6 hours one way, over the weekends, or long weekends. 18-20 hour drives are very common. People spending a lot of money, so people want to get to see that. I'm sure that the future is nearer than farther.
Last question I'm going to ask you, and take 30 or 40 seconds to talk about this, because you said earlier that you think funding is an important part of it. Is it funding from the ICC level? Is it funding from corporate sponsors? Is it grassroots funding? Drill down into what exactly you think where the funding needs to come from.
Okay, some of the questions may be beyond my pay grade, but
Sure.
the ICC and the other major organizations sponsor, I'll leave it for now because I don't even know how it works.
Sure.
Corporate sponsors are probably I think the quickest solution. They can cut through red tape, and make quicker approvals, etc. But some return on investment would have to be there for it to be a sustainable effort. We started it as a passion, and then we got into a lot of networking, and so we got some connections. We were able to do business, etc. For a B2B company like us, it is the connections which help us, make the business happen. But on larger point, corporate sponsorship. I do not know whether the US structure allows governments to get into fund. I don't think that's a difficult thing to happen. So corporate sponsorship is what I think is the way to go. And grassroots cricket, if USA Cricket or some organization is prepared to fund in, they have the resources themselves to do it. Yeah, nothing like it. But my sense is that this is going to have to see a little more corporate sponsorship. There are a lot of people showing interest. I'm sure you have including because it's a little Indian intensive community which playing cricket now, right from restaurants, groceries to so many other people can get the return on investment in terms of sponsorship. We have to just make a judgment call whether it's the right alignment or etc. But if money is needed to grow cricket, so be it. And that's corporate sponsor, B2C corporate sponsors. B2B also will work, but that's a company like us in the B2B space.
Yep.
It is more for optics and the vibes that we get out of sponsoring a game like cricket, particularly women's cricket. But it may not subject itself to a very hard-nosed ROA evaluation.
Sure.
But let's see.
Bonus question. How long before the US women get to be in the top 5 in the world?
I would give it 10 years. Wow. I would give it 10 years because it's quite competitive. I mean, if you see the way the say English men and English women play, the Australian men and the Australian women play, and then Indian women and Indian men play, except for gap, the power gap, the ability to hit real. Power is not going to, that power gap will never be kind of bridged, because the 100-meter man runs faster than the 100-meter woman, and it occurs across athletics.
Sure.
So that's a difficult, power gap is difficult to bridge, but the skill gap is significantly being bridged, and I'm sure that US cricket team with all the facilities and all the infrastructure which is being provided will catch up. 10 years I would give it. We'll meet 10 years down the line, see if we got there sooner.
Wow, inspirational. Mr. Earl Milam, thank you so much. Good talking to you.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, so we have a devilish 66 for 6. We've had this number a number of times in this tournament. So if you're superstitious, you may not want to be watching right now. 66 for 6 with Brooke Shears coming back to bowl her last over. The DC Titans again choosing to bat first, and they are, I think, probably less than comfortable with the score that they have. But as I've said a number of times already, they are a tremendous bowling unit, and they will feel that any score that they have on the board they can defend. And of course there's also the pressure of chasing in a semi-final, which makes it that much more challenging. But see how that goes the rest of the way here. Pulled around the corner. Look out for a run opportunity, a run out opportunity here. They get there. And so big picture, you're looking here at another 52 deliveries to go in the inning. 67 runs on the board. The batters are Arna Krishna Veni. Did I get that right? And Nishka Ramaneni. And as of right now, you're looking to see whether or not you can maintain or maybe improve on the run rate of what is right now 4.1 runs and over. Projection as of right now is 103, but that 103 assumes that you'll bat out the remaining 51 balls. And with 6 wickets down, you may not think that that's an ideal assumption. This is tossed up, pulled to square leg, run out opportunity. Look at this. Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The throw comes in from mid-wicket. Collection by Brooke Shears, and immediately flipping it onto the stumps at the non-striker's end and finding the batter or the runner short by a matter of a foot or so. So that is the end of the day with the bat for yet another batter. 7 wickets are now down. And oh my goodness, it becomes very, very tricky to see them batting out the remaining overs. That dismissal signals the end of Nishka Ramaneni. She really fought hard while she was there. Nishka Ramaneni, 18 from 33 is what she ends up with, but that just might have opened the door to the end of this innings at a more, let's call it a time that you'd not have been comfortable with for the DC Titans. Having said all of that, still only half of the game, and when I say half of the game, there is the matter of the opposition side being a really strong bowling side. So I don't know how much faith you can put into defending or into chasing down anything above, say, 85. And again, as I said a second ago, the pressure of chasing in a semi-final is always greater than the pressure of chasing in a league stages match. So we'll see exactly what happens here. But Brooke Shears again with the second to last ball of the over. It's defended into the leg side, no run. One ball remaining here for Brooke Shears. Absolutely brilliant. 4.5 overs already. One ball remaining here. And she's only conceded 9 runs. So an economy rate of under 2. Really brilliant. Played into the leg side. The economy rate remains under 2. What a spell for Brooke Shears. Really helping to apply the screws here. And one other thing of note for Brooke Shears, a real quick look says she has no extras. And if I may have been incorrect on that, correct me if I'm wrong, but a minimal amount of extras, put it that way. And really brilliant again for somebody who only started playing cricket five years ago. End of over number 17. The score is 67 for 7. Deepanjali Pakala to continue. This is her final over. 4 overs in the books for Deepanjali Pakala. And conceded 16 runs. Has not taken any wickets, but sometimes in a limited overs match, it's less about the wickets that you take and more about the runs that you restrict. And we certainly have had the runs be restricted here with this bowling attack. Played off the back foot. By the way, the new batter is Zara Melsap. If you were with us yesterday, you would have heard Zara Melsap's mother, Jane. Zara Melsap and her family from New Zealand. They will probably be in the US for the next couple of years or so, at which point Zara's father, being a diplomat, takes him several different areas. So there's no guarantee that they'll be living in this country a couple of years from now. But in the meantime, Zara Melsap more than happy to show what she can do with the bat. Then you'll see her with the ball later on. Tremendous all-round cricketer. And getting off the mark here with that outside edge that goes down to deep third. So we'll see exactly how this goes from this point on, because we're in the bottom of the lineup, just 3 wickets left. Oh, looks for the big drive. Misses out on the big drive. And the other batter is Arna Lakshman Prabhu Krishnaveni. She is on strike now. Arna Zara Melsap 1 from 3. So this partnership not quite getting off the ground just yet, but we're looking to see how you can get through the next several overs and then get something on the board for the bowlers to aim at. 1 run from the over already. This again is... Oh, I may have been mistaken on my apologies. This is actually Darshana Karthik who is bowling. So everything I just said about Deepanjali Pakala, let's attribute it to Darshana Karthik. So this is her penultimate over. Deepanjali Pakala has 1 left. And that is going to be a wide. So she'll have to re-bowl that. And your options now with 43 balls remaining, 43 legal balls. Your options would include figuring out a way to bat out all of the remaining overs. If you're able to do that, wonderful. But it's less about the score that you can put up and more about the fact that you can bat the entirety of the rest of the innings. Dot ball closes things out. Good over by Darshana Karthik. Score after 5, my apologies. The score after 18 is 69 for 7. So the new bowler is going to be Deep Shika. Looks the coldest one away. Having a think, umpire Noel Varghese. For me, this is bouncing over the top, so I think a good decision made here by umpire Varghese. So again, the new bowler, Deep Shika, Satya Swarup. Zara on strike, looks to go down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. Zara Melsop who's on strike. Zara Melsop 1 from 3. Deep Shika. Swarup. Leggy. It also goes down the leg side. So a couple of wides. Takes the sting out of the situation. She gets Swarup, wants to make sure that she gets that ball on the off stump. Holding leg spin, it appears, and so she wants to bring that ball way more toward the off stump. Oh, very much down the leg side, even more so. Gone 3 consecutive deliveries now down the leg side. May have just said over 21, my apologies. Over number 19 is currently in progress. So 3 straight wides here, all 3 going down the leg side. Deep Shika Swarup looking to make sure that she finds the line that she should be aiming at again down the leg side. And this is going to be a bonus run. So 4 straight deliveries and 5 runs without a legal ball being bowled. So this certainly is something that needs to be repaired. 1 legal delivery bowled in the over already. 5 runs on the board. And you've gone down the leg side with the last 4. Of course, on that last one, it got away from the keeper, so an additional run taken. So still 5 legal balls to come. Of course, an over, for those who are not familiar, an over is not just 6 balls, but 6 legal balls. So in theory, if you're not getting the ball in the right areas, which is what she's struggling with here, Shika Swarup, if the ball is not in the right areas, an over could literally be unending. So that is now 5 consecutive overs, on 5 consecutive deliveries down the leg side. So she would have bowled an entirely different over in terms of the number of deliveries. There's a note there from umpire Noel Varghese signifying the change of sides. Going down the leg side yet again. So that is 7 wides. And these become very difficult. And I believe that they have now instituted that rule that I had previously not been aware of before this tournament, that if there's a bowler who bowls, I believe, 6 wides in an over, that bowler can be retired. You can understand why you'd have a tournament or a rule like that in this tournament. Again, an over is 6 legal balls. If you have a bowler who, for whatever reason, is unable to bowl 6 balls in a row, in theory, you could bowl 35 balls in an over. And with this time of the year, with the overs or with the light not lasting as long as it ordinarily does, you can see where that would be an issue in the tournament of this magnitude. So that rule instituted, get to replace a bowler. Unfortunately for Deep Shika Swarup, she has been replaced after bowling 6 consecutive wides. 7 runs conceded via wides. There's now a different bowler taking over for her. It is Dikshita. Down the leg side, and she also starts with wide. I would assume that Dikshita and Deep Shika are sisters. I do not know that to be indicate the case. Sheeta is now taking over bowling. And once again going down the leg side. So 8 runs via wide already. Still 5 legal balls to go here in this over. There you go, one on the stumps and cuts away fearsomely actually. So that's a great delivery. And it can sometimes be the case that if you are a batter and you receive a number of wides, the one that comes straight eventually is the one that gets you out. It's almost like those wides lulls a good batter to sleep. That's delivery down the leg side again. So continuing with the festival of wides here. 8 runs plus 1, 9 from the over so far. All 9 have been wides. And you want to make sure that you get this sorted as soon as possible. Look at the captain, or the effective captain in the field. Brooke Shears coming over and directing the keeper as to where to stand. And then if you're Deep Sheeta, all you have to do now is just look at the keeper and bowl there. That is excellent. Oh, do that 4 more times and you're out of the over. So that is a great delivery. And she, in theory, would want to keep doing that, because to whatever extent possible, you want to maintain that type of line, keeping it outside the line of off stump, nothing going down the leg side. There she is again. There it is again. Oh, this time it's an overcorrection going in the other direction. Having said that, you don't mind as much the wides that are outside the line of off stump. But sometimes the line out there, you might induce the batter to swipe at one, take the edge, fly to the keeper, fly to that lone fielder at short third. But you don't want anything going down the leg side. That, I mean, again, is another ball outside the line of off stump. And the signal, boy. Umpires are probably getting tired of raising their arms in this over. Just want to make sure that you get that ball in the right areas. And by the way, there have been now 10 deliveries in a row bowled, 11 if you count the dot ball to start with. And the batters have not had anything to do just yet. Oh, that one stays low, just gets past the leg stump. They'll get a bye here, I believe. Watch for umpire Noel Varghese. In fact, no signal from the umpire. Oh, there's a signal. That is a bye. So, two balls remaining here in over number 19. So you still have another 38 balls to go. Very long way to go. Good ball and well defended. Excellent batting by Zara Melsop. She's now 1 from 5. This is the first that she's been on strike for a really long time. Zara Melsop. So let's see exactly where we go from here. Zara Melsop and Arna Lakshman Prabhu, Krishna Veni. Those are 2 batters. Defended into the offside. So Zara Melsop, if you were listening yesterday, you'd have heard a very interesting progression of her cricket career. Somebody who's born in New Zealand, you would think that her first love would have been cricket. Her first love was actually baseball. She came to cricket from baseball. So that's probably slightly counterintuitive. And one of those fun things that we learned yesterday. End of a very long over, but at the end of the over, the score is 82 for 7. 81 for 7. So 81 for 7. Last 6 overs coming up. It was a very expensive over just now. And we end ended up in that over with 12 runs, all of which were extras. Nothing off of the bat in that over. And so now let's see whether or not the disciplines can be recreated. It's going to be a new bowler, very good and well defended. So Rupi Sakuja is the bowler. Rupi Sakuja with 1 over bowled over number 8, and it went for 13 runs, but she did take a wicket, so you'll take that exchange all day. Here you have over number 20 on the way. That gets past the keeper. I'm sorry, past the batter, collected by the keeper going down the leg side. But importantly, a couple of dots to start over number 20. And so you're down to the last 34 deliveries in this innings. Can you figure out a way to bat all the remaining deliveries? Can you bat all the way through 35? Oh, I'm sorry, 25. Pulled. Short mid-wicket in play. Is Brooke Shears, sharp as ever, right behind the stump, or right in front of the stumps, looking to effect a run out at the non-striker's end. Arna Krishnaveni, 2 from 17. Zarmel Sap, 1 from 6. Once again, cannot get it past Brooke Shears at short mid-wicket. So much better over on the way here than the previous over. Not any extras so far, and still 2 balls to come, but got yourself, I think, in a much better position now than you were a couple of overs ago. Getting gifted a few runs, and by a few runs I mean almost half of the runs in the side so far. With that dot, you have 40 runs in extras and 81 runs total. So just about half, just under half of the runs that you've scored have been in extras. Certainly something that will concern the brass of the team. Last ball here in over number 20. Pulled to Habibu Bader at square leg. They get a single, so that spoils the maiden. But a good over overall. Much better over for the Atlanta War Eagles. End of over number 25 coming up. And the score is 82 for 7. Habibu Bader will bowl the first of the last 5 overs to be bowled in this innings. Get into the leg side for the first one here. Habibu Bader, the captain, who started out behind the stumps, now bowling. And again, she is the leading bowler statistically coming into this game. 6 wickets at an average, an absolutely ridiculous average of 5.67. Oh, there's yet another wide. And you certainly would have thought that they would clean this up, or they would need to clean this up to make sure that you don't get all these loose deliveries. This is a completely different game if you're not looking at all the extras that you have. 83 runs on the board, and if you can believe it, 41 of them have been in wides, or in extras. 34 wides, 7 no balls. Actually, 6 no balls and a bye. So those have been the extras. And what can you do here to make sure that you capitalize on the gifts that you've been given by the opposition? And this no longer feels like a one-sided game, because bearing in mind the DC Titans and their tremendous bowling attack. That is very close to being a no ball. Glance at the square leg umpire, Conrad Rogers, but he, for the moment, is happy that that ball did not bounce twice before it got to the batter. So that's 3 balls coming up. 3 dots and a wide is what you've had in this over so far. Oh, good piece of fielding. Just tried to run that one behind square on the offside. Essentially put in the position now of trying to find some way of being able to generate the momentum needed to make this a game at the end. Going around the wicket now, tossed up well down the leg side. And yet another wide. So things becoming more and more difficult, and it is now the case that exactly 50% of the runs that have scored, 84 runs on the board, 42 extras. So essentially you have given away twice the runs, or you've given away an equivalent number of runs to the number of runs that have been scored off the bat. So truly an area that would need to be cleaned up here for the Atlanta War Eagles. Tossed up down the leg side yet again. They have an opportunity for a run. Yes, they do. So all of a sudden, well, maybe not all of a sudden, this is definitely the case that you have a lot of extras, and the extras have almost single-handedly brought the DC Titans into this game, probably into the area that they'd want to be. Skied in the air. Oh, almost a spectacular catch taken by Brooke Shears. Came sprinting in and diving, almost took a one-handed special catch, but well, not quite sticking to hand. 1 ball remaining here in over number 21. Tossed up down the legs. Ooh, could have had another wide had she not played it. She'll end up getting 1 run anyway, but in this case, it is 1 run instead of off the bat instead of off an extra. 7 runs come from the over. Up those 7 runs, 5 of them were wides. So still bowling entirely too many wides for the liking of the coaching staff, you would think. End up over number 21, 89 for 7. Over 23, make that 22 underway. 21st over bowled by Habiba batter. Now the 22nd over being bowled from the southern end of the ground by Rupvi Sakuja. He's off the back foot here. Zara Melsap, 2 from 8. And if you're Zara Melsap, you might be thinking, okay, I'm part of a bowling unit that is probably the best in the competition. Maybe I'll just have some fun and then focus on my bowling later. This is down the ground to mid-on. They'll get a single here. Mid-on was relatively deep on the edge of the circle, and that provided the opportunity for you to get a single to mid-on. So now you've certainly gotten yourself in a much better position. 9-1 runs on the board. The scoring rate has gone up to 4.3. And look at this. With the last 21 balls remaining, might you be able to bat out the innings? Look at that shot. That had power. That had timing. Did not go all the way. Did not go all the way, but it still goes for 4. That was a shot of class. On the back foot and launching it over mid-wicket. Brooke Shears is a great fielder in the deep, but not even she could get across the fielding that one. And that shot raised everybody's expectations as to how far they can get. That shot gets you to 95. Make that 94. Now pay attention to how things are going from here, because my goodness, it is the case that you could potentially go on and put something big on the board here. And by something big, I mean certainly north of 100, maybe even approaching 110. And then if you keep having extras, that puts you even much closer toward that range where you'd want to look for something around maybe even 120. Those are 2 wides that make things that much difficult for you. And with 2 balls remaining still, 2 legal deliveries, start thinking about how can you pull things back. These are the Atlanta War Eagles. They would have been their worst enemy by bowling 47 extras. The delivery bang on target. And in front of the fielder, short mid-wicket, no run. And so yeah, the temperature of this game just felt or feels like it is completely different from what it was only a few overs ago, because you've had a lot of extras. You put yourself in a position where you're going to have to figure out a way to staunch the flow of runs, most of which have been conceded by your own making. Outside the line of off stump, wave and a miss. That is the end of over number 22. Last 3 coming up. The score is 96 for 7. And it appears as though we'll have another water break. So we'll take that water break along with the players. 96 for 7 with last 3 to go. So the last 3 overs coming up. Earlier I said it was a water break. I was mistaken. Not an official water break, just a short break for the players to refresh or rehydrate themselves, but not an official water break. So we're back ready to go. Last 3 overs about to be bowled. First of which is being bowled here. Oh, what happened here? Interesting. Very interesting. Over being bowled here by Darshana Karthik. Darshana Karthik actually struck the stumps at the non-striker's end. And had that been released, it would have been a no ball. And it was actually called no ball by umpire Noel Varghese. But really good thinking on the part of Darshana Karthik to not have released the ball. So had she released it, it would have been a no ball. Ends up not releasing it, and it ends up just being a dead ball, the first official ball of the over. Played behind square by Zara Melsop for a single. Now Arna Krishnaveni. Here we go again with the wides. This is over number 22, and it is becoming maybe 23 rather, or 22. So we'll see exactly how you go from here, but certainly the wides are not going to help. Swipe and a miss. This is a much better line, and more so along the lines of what you want to have happen.
Watch the ball, Papa.
This is over number 23 in progress. So Arshna Karthik, this is her last over. Great to start mid wicket. They'll get a couple of runs here. Well, just one, sorry. And with that shot that you saw in the previous over from Zara Melsop, I'm interested in seeing how she approaches this over. Does she start thinking that she can tee off? Does she start thinking that perhaps I can get something away here? Certainly has the power to clear the boundary at deep mid wicket if she gets the right ball, of course. But let's see what happens here. Played off the back foot to backward point. Oh, tell you what, fumbled at backward point and they'll get a single. So it should not have been a single, but played directly to backward point. And the fielder at backward point not able to corral that one. So the idea now being to bat all the way through the innings, you would think. And by the way, you're one run away from a pretty significant milestone here. Well down the leg side, and that is the milestone, 100 runs on the board. So certainly you're feeling a lot better about yourself than in the last couple of overs. In fact, the game pretty much has changed tremendously in the last few overs. More so because of the number of extras that have been bowled. Again, 50, like that 49 runs in extras so far. Well played. Couple of runs here if they commit themselves to that second run. Oh, I'll tell you what, that easily could have been a second run had they committed themselves to it. Ends up being a single. And we want to get the opportunity to finish all the way through here. Two balls remaining here in over number 23. Wave and a miss. It's a dot. And in fact, it is the last over, last ball of the over. So 5 runs coming from the over. That is the end of over number 23. The last 12 balls coming up. Score is 101 for 7. My apologies, 102 for 7.
Because it's still on, we don't even what things are.
What a great delivery. This is going to be Dipanjali Pakala. This is her last over. The penultimate over of the innings. Beautiful delivery starts out, or to start out with. Curling away beautifully. And next delivery is struck down the ground. Have to come back for the second run here. No. That's good work by Brooke Shears. So what? That's a good call by Zara Melsop, because took off relatively late, I think. And had she gone back for that second run, you may well have had a run out at the non-striker's end. So ultimately became a good decision to not run. Now look in that deep mid-wicket area. That's exactly where Zara Melsop went the last time with the ball. And Brooke Shears is in that area. Oh, look at that. Ball is going down the leg side. That appears to be some indication that Zara Melsop does not like the ball coming into her body. So if you are the bowler and you have noted that you're not in any way doing justice to your abilities as a bowler if you don't try to exploit that. And we'll see what this next delivery is like. That's exactly what you have happen. Wrapped on the pad and gone. That does not surprise me, but again, wanting to show, I think, the ability to play the ball off her body, but she appeared to be very uncomfortable, Zara Melsop, with the ball coming into her body. And she essentially tried to take evasive action. Did that with the previous delivery, but with that ball on the stumps, it's probably not the best of options. And this time wrapped right in front. And umpire Conrad Rogers took his time to make the decision, but I think ultimately the right decision. Raising the finger. So you might hear the applause here for Zara Melsop. And she did well while she was there. 8 from 14. The memory that she will have probably from this entire tournament is that 4 over mid-wicket that came very close to going for 6. But that's over and done with now. This is now the last 8 balls in the innings. New batter is in. It's going to be Akshara Patibandla. Akshara Patibandla joining Arna Lakshman Prabhu Krishnaveni. So Akshara Patibandla on strike outside the line of off stump. Yet another wide. This is the last ball of over number 24. Starting out with a wide. Actually, we may be up by 1, but in any event, I believe we'll see exactly what that looks like coming up here. Hit off the back foot, that's through the gap. You would think they'll have to run for 2 here. They don't appear to be doing that. Not much aggressive running between the wickets, it does not appear.
I moved out. Okay. I'm going to move it out. Get down.
So the last over. Apologies for that slight delay. Going into the last over with 106 runs on the board. And that last over will be bowled by Habiba Batter. In the air, square leg. We'll get a single, interestingly. Let's see exactly what this looks like now, because you're in the position where with 5 balls remaining, you have already gotten to a number that it looked like you were nowhere near getting to earlier on. Yeah, they're a very strong batting side, a strong bowling side rather, so they can certainly defend almost anything that is hit in the air. Have to run for 2 here. Good commitment to come back to the second one. I want to see that. course, isn't quite as risky with the last innings or last over of the innings on the way here. By the way, if you can't tell, the wind has just picked up tremendously, blowing the tent all around. So the last 4 balls, we'll see whether or not it's something resembling respectability the rest of the way. Passed up, pulled around the corner, have to go for it here. Just one. 3 balls. Apologies if you can hear properly. Again, the wind is really coming in. That is going to be just passing the line of off stump. Even with it being the last over, a very slow bowler in operation. Only 4 runs have been conceded in the over so far. So the last 2 balls coming up, well, you really do need to throw the kitchen sink at both of these. Like that. Skied, easy catch for the keeper. Easy as you like. Wicket number 9. So between here, Arna, Lakshman Prabhu, Krishna Bennett to accelerate things. But she just ends up losing her wicket. That is the 9th wicket to fall. And this is the last ball coming up. Let's see exactly how far you can get with the last ball. Doesn't matter if you get bowled out. I think the idea here is just to put bat to ball and start running. That would be the objective. The non-striker here would be aware of the fact that they need to be ready for anything. Take off running to whatever extent you can, because things are going to be more and more difficult from here. Again, as the batting side, you have to think, all right, we have enough runs on the board because we're an excellent bowling unit. So what do we do to make sure that we are able to capitalize on this situation? Last over, or last ball of the over. Tossed up, played in the leg side, in offside rather. They'll get 1. Bit of a wayward throw. And the single is all that you'll get. 5 runs coming from the last over. So it's a really well bowled over. And that is the end of the inning. 111 for 9. Far and away the highest score for this innings has been extras. Extras with a mammoth 52. 1 by 45 wide, 6 no balls. The next highest score was Niksha Ramaneni with 18. And only 1 other batter joining her in double figures. That would be Raina Lakshman Prabhu, Krishna Bennett, 11 from 36. Bowlers did well. Good discount for no balls. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but just look at the economy rate. Easily highest economy rate. Unfortunately for Kim Chickles, the 1 over that she bowled, because she only bowled 1 legal delivery, conceded 7 wide. So her economy rate was actually 42, which is obviously deceptive. But the bowlers who bowled full spells, 1.8 Brooke Shears was her economy rate. Darshana Karthik, economy rate of 2.6 with 2 wickets, 1 wicket each for Rupi Sakuja, Dipanjali Pokala, and Habibu Bado. So, over to the bowlers. The DC Titans are a really strong bowling side. Let's see whether or not they can put themselves in a position of defending. Find out the answer to that question as we get through the rest of the semi-final right here between the War Eagles and the DC Titans. See you shortly.
Habiba, 432. 422 we have done, so 432.
Yeah, so that's how you handle. I should have involved you. All right, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
So the old ones, which is put in the box there.
Yeah, I have certain old balls with
Please
me.
put in the box. So
Yeah, I'll do that.
For next tournament. Like
Yeah,
that.
I'll do that.
I have a lot, I guess. give to you. You guys need water?
I have a list. I have some.
Wind is not watering.
Yeah, what's the final score? You got the final score?
Here?
4-11 for 9?
Yeah.
I mean, no. Time.
Yeah,
It's
9
9
wickets.
wickets.
9 wickets.
Okay, so Nelson's for 9 and 25. Okay.
It's here. It's here.
Huh?
So 1-1-1, right? 1-1-1.
1-1-1. Yeah.
And there they got 2-4.
2-4.
4 there, yeah.
Oh, they finished at the right time.
Yeah.
Who hit it?
Giovanna, Sainevi got 50, Giovanna got 50, Idhu got 350.
So how much they made over there?
2-1-4.
214. Wow. They're making over there.
350s in the team.
Yeah, 1-1-1 here.
They took it easy on them. They took it easy on them.
I think everybody's tired. That's what I think. I think people are tired. Can you sweep for me? Sweep! Sweep and mop.
He's asking for Hamler to hold this pen now. It flies away. We have to get that. 432.
He's bowling at 432. 432. Yeah, that's when we're bowling.
Idea output touch here. Idea output touch. But this itself is a good sign. This itself is a good sign.
Are you serious? Then I have no horn. I have no horn.
She's not from cricket background, you know.
Yeah.
But she's been coming to our events, supporting, like, you know, and then she's one of the highest ranked people in our
Tell her I promise A, I don't bite. B, I left my horns back in the hotel. So question for the umpires. You need a massage for your arms because you're
Don't go to gym, just come and umpire.
50 extras, 52 extras.
52. 46 wise. Yeah. That's a lot.
Some youngsters.
Of course. So you have to get that into consideration. Several years ago, I was at a tournament where the rule was you have more than 3 wides, add 2 penalty runs to it, and then and keep it moving. Because otherwise, you'll have matches that take 6 hours.
Yeah, actually, but they finished good.
Yeah. Oh man. For 33, 32. All right. Yeah.
By the time we can bowl the ball at you. The main get disturbed, we have a match. That's the other thing. We always try to get a result.
Oh no.
You ready?
Yeah, ready?
Coaches! Umpires are out. DC, umpires are out.
We are back at the Caranberry Sports Complex in Rydell, Georgia. Continuation of the Stride Atlanta Women's Open. DC Titans and the Atlanta War Eagles locking horns in the semifinal matchup. I will tell you that about the most important variable the rest of the way may not be what the batters score, may not be how many wickets the DC Titans end up getting. It may be the weather, because a very thick cloud is now starting to approach from the northeast, and this overcast conditions that you see here may just be the biggest variable the rest of the way. So we will keep an eye obviously on what's going on the field, but we'll especially keep an eye on the scorecard, because the Duckworth-Lewis considerations come to the fore. The first and foremost piece of information that you need to have is that you need 6 completed overs to constitute a complete game. So let's say the score, whatever the score happens to be after 6 overs, if there is torrential rain and there's no more play, then Duckworth Lewis is what takes the precedence there. And we'll keep you up to date with what the Duckworth Lewis calculations are. It is going to be very important. But again, the first variable that you need to negotiate is 6 overs. The first of those 6 overs to be bowled here by Anahita Mohan. Bowling here to the opening pair for the Atlanta War Eagles. DC Titans are a tremendous bowling unit, and this game is nowhere near finished. Aishika Chirantagandla and Ananya Anish are your 2 opening batters. Oh, bang on target with that Yorker. You cannot bowl a better Yorker than that, and they're hunting for wickets, the DC Titans, because you don't know anything about Duckworth Lewis. Those par scores, the par scores that above which you need to be in order to win. If you're the batting side, the chasing side, the par scores go up tremendously if there are more wickets taken, all else being equal. Great delivery for the second one. So a couple of dots to start with. You get the sense that Anahita Mohan is hunting for wickets, targeting the stumps from the very first ball. And Ashika Chiranatagandla both going to have to be very careful to negotiate these opening deliveries. Bang on target here again, 3 straight dots to start. They are looking to see how they can effectively get through the remaining several overs. I think that the first target here, if you are the DC Titans, is to do 2 things. Number 1, get through 6 overs. And then number 2, take wickets. It's probably less about runs at this stage and more about taking wickets again, because when you take wickets, the Duckworth Lewis calculations become much more in favor of the bowling side than the batting side. So we'll see how the remaining overs of the power play go. In theory, at the end of the power play, you can have an official game, and then we can start looking at the par scores. Bang on target. Dots. It's a 1 ball remaining. And with the beginning of play, you now have the scoreboard, the scorecard, populated with the Duckworth Lewis par score. Par score is 2. So we'll keep an eye on that the rest of the way. Played off the back foot. It is a maiden to start. Over number 1. No run.
Come here. Actually, come.
So 1 over is in the books. No score. 112 needed in the next 24 overs. The required rate at the start of the innings is 4.48. 1 maiden obviously would make that go up. Required rate now 4.67. But for me, the game is wickets and looking upward. Probably in that order. So Ananya Anish back on or now on strike for the first time. Ashika Chiranatagandla facing out that first over. Short delivery to start here. And Nidi Chuka. Nidi Chuka with the ability to continue maintaining some pressure. Bowling the second over here. And you might just have heard the coach yelling a little bit fuller. I think I completely agree with that. That previous length is not a wicket-taking length. That's better. It's off the outside edge. They'll get maybe 1 run. They might be looking for 2 here. Oh, I tell you what, not much commitment to that second run. And the coaches will probably want to see this opening pair or this pair run more quickly between the stumps or between the wickets, or at least run with more purpose. You want to make sure that you give the other side the ability to at least put them under pressure to make them think that you're going to run. And Anya Anish and Ashika Chiranatha Gandla, those are your two openers, and more to the point, they are also your two leading batters for the tournament. And Anya Anish, 99 runs coming in. And so, second leading batter, Ashika Chiranatha Gandla, 78. Average of 26 for Ashika, and Anya Anish, her average is 33. Ashika Chiranatha Gandla actually with a much better strike rate, almost a run a ball. In 78 runs is what she scored, and she's taken 81 balls. 99 runs for Anya Anish, she's taken 136 balls. So you're expecting a little bit more in terms of impetus to the innings from Ashika Chiranatha Gandla. High score, Ashika has the only 50 for the side in the tournament. 150 and 125. And this is played to mid-off, quick single. Almost a direct hit there from fielder at short mid-off. That is Zara Melsap. So you're getting a few runs here. One run from the second ball of the over, and then a single from the fifth ball of the over. Let's see exactly what you can get done here as you get into the last ball of over number 2. What a great delivery. That is an unplayable ball. Swinging away, starting on a leg stump line, curling away, and going past the outside edge. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Nidhi Chuka. End of the over, 2 runs come from it. Score after 2 is 2 without loss. Two overs in the books, 2 runs on the board. For what it's worth, the Ducklet Blues par score is 6. Not relevant after 6 overs. And then this first ball is sprayed down the leg side, and they'll get a run to boot. So 2 bonus runs at one delivery, just doubled the runs that you've had for the day so far. Might be useful to spend some time talking about what the Ducklet Blues calculations are for those who are not familiar. In a game that is likely affected by weather, and I should say a limited overs game. This doesn't apply in the longer forms of the game, test matches and so on. It is a mechanical calculation that is designed to keep the weather in mind and establish targets at the end of each over by which or that the batting team needs to get to. In other words, if the target is 100 and you're not going to have time to bat all 100 or to score 100 runs, there is a score, a par score established at the end of each over. And that par score is a very complicated calculation that I'm not smart enough to be able to explain it to you, but it establishes a score at the end of each over that you need to be at in order to have won the game. Going down the leg side, sprays another one down there. You want to be able to fix those. So 2 more runs. And what is important to understand about the par score, as I was saying earlier, is that that par score goes upward depending on how many wickets you've lost. In other words, you might have a case where without any wickets lost, the par score after a particular over might be 20. But if you've lost wickets, the par score would be like 25. That's slashed away over the top. Good looking shot, and it's going to get to the rope for 4. Gave her some width. And the reason that width was given is because Anahita Mohan was too straight the previous several deliveries, and going into the pads and going down the leg side did that twice, but this time she overcorrects, goes too wide, and only too happy and Anish to slash that one away over the top for the first boundary of the innings. My apologies. That's Ashika Chiranatha with the 4. I said earlier that she was likely the one who would be more aggressive. She has the higher strike rates coming in, and she's proving it there. Now a change in the field. A sweeper in the position where that ball just went on the boundary. Full toss, I'll tell you what. That was dipping, but it's a no ball. Signaled as a no ball, and they run. Very interesting. A free hit coming up. Tried a slower ball, lost control of it, Anita Mohan, and it results in not only 2 runs, you have a no ball and the bye that they ran, but now this next delivery is going to be a free hit. So let's see what happens here on the free hit. With the change in the action, or change in batters rather, you can change the field, but doesn't make a difference in this case because she waves and misses at the free hit, so it doesn't hurt them in that way, but you do get hurt with the additional ball, and it's certainly something that you want to be aware of because you don't want to have these opportunities go begging. Great ball, defended into the offside, they'll get a single. So this is what you want to see. I will tell you that this game is about to get very tense because as the clouds continue to build, the clouds are coming in from the northeast. As it gets darker and as we get closer to the 6 over mark, you will hear the parents more, you'll hear the fielders more, you'll hear the coaches more, as everybody has an eye toward Duckworth Lewis. That's 2 balls. Slash and a miss. 1 ball remaining. 11 runs from the over already. And again, up to 11 runs. 6 of them have been extras. 4 wides, a bye, and a no ball. So you're hurting yourself in a number of ways here. Believe it or not, as much as we were harping on the extras that the Atlanta War Eagles were bowling, higher percentage being bowled here by the DC Titans. Good close to the over, 11 runs coming from it. End of over number 3, the score is 13 without loss. $13 without loss, halfway to the point where this becomes an official match. We will start paying more attention to Duckworth Lewis after this over. And we'll keep you informed on that. Very wide, and it is signaled as wide. I'll tell you what, I said we'd talk about Duckworth Lewis after this over. It might be relevant to talk about it now because again, it's not an official game until we are at the 6 over mark. But as of right now, because of the extras, 7 extras in all, the Duckworth Lewis target is 9 and the score is 11. So that's something to pay attention to.
I did not rest here for now.
How are you?
Thank you so much.
So, ladies and
Please go
gentlemen,
easy on her. I took half an hour to convince her to come here for an interview. So no difficult questions, please.
ladies and gentlemen, we happen to be joined here in the commentary area by a young lady from the Indian Consulate Office representing the Atlanta War Eagles. The War Eagles are batting and are actually in a very good position here. Please help me welcome Minnie Nair. How are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you, sir?
I am wonderful. Why do you look nervous, Miss Nair?
I am not, because our girls are playing, right? They're nervous for us always, you know. I am like a cheerleader for them, right?
You're a cheerleader for the girls.
Oh, yes, of course. Right?
So first I'll ask you about the game itself.
Yeah.
If you had to put money on this game, who would you put the money on?
Oh, women's cricket team, right? No, only for girls. I will do it for my girls. Because girls, you know, it is like challenging to come up in the community. They are so much inspiring for other girls to come to the sports, games and everything, right? Most of the girls are like under, so after the education they will go for some doctors, engineers and like that, right? They are not coming up in the sports level, higher level, right? After the education, we cannot even see anybody in the games or anything. And now it is like inspiration for all sports. And you know that, you know, men's cricket is very much expanded all over the world, you know, but where we are hearing the women's cricket, you know, this is like, we have to start up something with that, you know, then these girls will be coming up very well. It will be too much, it is like a women empowerment, you know, leadership quality will increase. That is what I'm thinking.
You touched on so many things that I think are important. The very last point that you just mentioned is empowerment.
Yes, of course.
How important is that to have an environment where women feel empowered to participate, not just in sports, but in general?
General, you know that. How many years you are in US? Did you get any president of America is a woman? No, right?
Oh, dangerous subject, but I take your point.
I am saying, no, every field we
Sure.
have to show our power. Everybody is very much intelligent, right? And another thing also, they have very beautiful focus. The ladies have a lot of focus. They can do so many things. And another thing also, they are multi-talented. When if my husband is teaching the cricket, he's only coaching and he's only focusing only on that. The ladies will be there behind, you know, they will do so many things, like, you know, everything they will focus. That is what I'm saying. The girls have lot of energy, lot of, you know, they can do multi-talented things, you know, they have to come up. And that is why I'm saying most of the girls are very much important to the community to come up in a leadership quality and all. But they are not getting any chance to come up. That is a women empowerment means now World Cup, you know, Women's World Cup also started, I think, and T20 started, right? And these are all getting lot of audience. Now people are, you know, they are knowing about women's cricket. Now commercial side it will increase, then it will be more popular. America till now we don't have good cricket team for men's, right? When we are doing like that, we can be World Cup first, you know, women's cricket team. That is what I'm thinking. This is wonderful thing. Yeah.
Everything that you say makes sense. Everything that you say makes me think of 10 other questions to ask. I'm not going to keep you here for very long, but
No.
I just want you to know.
You are asking about girls, you know, I have a lot of things to talk about girls, you know, not about cricket.
Sure.
I'm not a cricketer or a coordinator or like a organizer or
Sure.
anything. I'm
Sure.
like behind the screen. I am supporting this team to women's to play here, you know. I'm supporting to feed them, I am supporting to play them, I want to make them happy.
Sure.
Like that. No, this is like very much we are supporting to for the women's cricket. That is what I am doing. I am not a cricket player, or I don't know much about how many innings, how many play, how many games are happening, and how many teams are playing. I know everybody is girls, and I am happy for that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Okay, so then I'll ask you this, and this is not a cricket question, but more so a question about you in your professional life.
Yes.
What do you do on a daily basis? Well, first of all, describe what you do on a daily basis. What's your profession?
My profession, I started in my career as a journalist in India as a Doordarshan TV programmer. Actually, I'm a lawyer. Then I studied journalism and I started working with Doordarshan. Then I did more than 3,000 episode shows in my different channels as a freelance journalism. And I came USA, and my husband is having a lot of business that time, and I was taking care of that. And I got an opportunity to work with different channels in USA also. I was making programs and sending to India about America, different culture, different programs, different interviews, and I used to do stage shows. Many of the conventions, other programs, I do stage shows, anchoring, scripting, and many things I did. But after that, I got a chance to work with consulate. Then I started learning about the problems the community is facing here. Then I was supporting the community to get over the whatever is there. There will be a phone number they can reach out anytime to check with their problems. They can talk about the problems. Then I started supporting them. And the consulate, I do the trade and marketing side. And India, lot of it. Most of the people are thinking about our Indian consulates being only passport or CA card, visa, and all. That is like a small, 0.1%. Usually we are doing like India-US relationship, make the good relationship between India and US. That is the main part is trade and marketing. How much import is coming, how much export is going, that is, that how now a lot of problems are also we are facing. But this one thing. Second thing we are doing community affairs.
Okay.
And a lot of ladies having issues and some divorce cases, domestic violence, and some kids, students are facing some issues, some death cases will come. These are all things comes under my community affairs. We will support them, whatever the consulate can do. Then community is having a lot of cultural events, connect with the congressman, like the senators and all. I do the congressional things also. Like in media, we will do most of the media coverage, and we will give, whatever the news happening here to the media. And so many things at the consulate work. Indian consulate is like that is building the bridge, that the making a bridge between India and US. That is I am doing here. I am a local staff from here in USA, and India government. There is so many Indian officials will come here for 3 years, and we will support them for working here.
What is... I'll combine two different thoughts here. Is there a way that you can use the sport of cricket to aid relations between the US and India?
Of course. We
Say
would
more
like
about
to
that.
send, here you can see our here women's cricket. You can see most of the Indian kids are like American citizen kids. They grew up here, they born here, but their parents' roots are from India, right? They didn't forget. They grew up with street. They are playing cricket in the street. They are still thinking about that. Their dream and vision they are seeing through their daughters, right? That is what I'm saying. When they are playing here, most of the kids are Indian kids. When they play well, America will support them, right? Then they can go all over the world. They can go to India also, representing USA, and they can go to India and play, right? They played in Singapore. I was seeing that. They were playing there, Singapore or Malaysia. USA kids are playing, and they can go to India also, representing all the Indian kids are going to India and playing for USA. That is a wonderful thing, right? That is what I'm thinking. It is super.
I will say
The
this.
relationship will more good done.
I will say this. First of all, Ranjit told me that you were nervous about coming over here, and
No,
you're
because-
talking more than I am.
No. I will talk very well. I can talk any subject, but cricket I am not at all. I don't know anything about cricket. If you are asking what they are playing, why they are playing like that, is like off stump or leg stump, I don't know anything about.
Ask her what is LBW.
Yeah, LBW. No, I will say, that is what. I can only cheer. Somebody is out, I say, how many runs? Okay, okay, you got out. That's it. That's what I'm saying. I don't know much about cricket. If
Sure.
he's asking more questions about cricket, it is,
Then,
I am worried. But if it is like, you are asking about something else, I can talk anything.
I love that.
I am so sorry.
Oh no, nothing to be sorry about. So let me ask you this question,
Yes.
and that is for really well struck. In this last couple of weeks, I happened to have been in California. I saw the USA blind women at a camp, And the results of the camp were to select a team of blind cricketers to go to India to play in the World Cup in November. So the point that you just made is a big one, because if you can have a group of cricketers, not just any cricketers, but cricketers from the US
Yes.
who are going to India,
Yes.
who are going to play blind cricket. Cricket is hard enough when you can see perfectly well. Blind cricketers is, to me, an absolutely amazing achievement. But talk about how, for example, in this country, if you're wearing red, white, and blue, people will cheer for you. How important would it be, for example, for the US to go all the way to India, play in the Blind Cricket World Cup, and do well there? How big would that be?
Oh, that will be great, right? I never heard about India also having a blind cricket team, but I never heard about that. Then, if it is like that, it will be a great thing. Most of the American people are going to India to do a blind cricket. World Cup is happening there. That is, India is doing a great thing to coordinate our World Cup in India. We are so proud of that.
That is amazing. Now, before going further, let me just highlight where we are in this game. Talked about the fact that it becomes an official game after 6 overs. 6 overs are now done. The score is 32 without loss. The Duckworth-Lewis par score is 19. So if rains come and wash out the rest of this match, right now, the Atlanta War Eagles would win. And I'm not going to ask you a question about that. I'm just telling you.
I am seeing the weather is like anyway, it is not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
Anybody is losing or winning, it's not. We have to see a wonderful game. A wonderful tournament is happening here in different two grounds. Very strong teams are playing now. Semi-finals are happening. But I know that if it is rain is coming, unfortunately, sometimes Atlanta will lose or other team is winning, right?
Sure.
We are happy for that. Anything. It is everything is luck. Cricket is a luck. I learned like that. No, cricket is a luck. It is sometimes we will get 100 runs. Sometimes when she is going the right way, she will come out. That is a luck. Cricket is like, it is a luck. I learned like that.
Sure. Well, look, the very last thing that I'll say is that it is an absolute pleasure meeting you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all of your contributions to the sport. And thank you for allowing us to see the match through your eyes, and everything that you've accomplished in your career, everything that you've done is so important. And thank you very much. It's a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you so much. But I just want to tell everybody, I'm saying, not only the Indian kids, all the American kids also, from the Native American people also have to come in front, and they are always going only for the soccer and other games, right? So many things. They have to learn more cricket, and they have to give more publicity to the cricket, and then only they will notice our cricket, and it will come up in a big level. That is what I'm thinking, national level. It is commercially, it is good.
Sure.
Every side, it will be wonderful if the America is noticing our cricket.
Yes, I completely
I
agree
wish
with you.
only my wish is like that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
A pleasure meeting you. So, that was fun. Now we get to talk about this game again, because it is now getting very, very interesting. So, you have gotten now to the point where the Atlanta War Eagles are actually maybe a nose ahead in this game, because as of right now, you're looking up at a decent score. 2 deliveries remaining here in over number 7. Score is 39 without loss. And for a quick single, they'll get there. I think that might actually be the end of the over. And yep, that is the end of the over. So 40 runs on the board, and make that 41 runs on the board, 7 overs in the books. So we are now looking at a situation where this game is actually the War Eagles to lose. So just a quick update as to where we are. Got through the power play, 7 overs done, 41 runs on the board. With 41 runs on the board, believe it or not, at the end of the power play, actually at the end of 17 overs, 7 overs. The DC Titans had 17 runs. So you're well ahead on Duckworth Lewis. You're well ahead on DLS. You're well ahead of the pace that was set by the DC Titans. And the DC Titans, who came in very highly reputed, rightly so, they bowled excellently this entire tournament. They have conceded way more runs than you'd have expected them to. In fact, 3 fours have been struck already, and 8 extras will be really something that you'd be thinking about if you're the leadership team of the DC Titans. That's something that you need to clean up. 2 batters opening the batting. Ananya Anish, 15 from 20. Ashika Chiranatagandla, 19 from 23. Really fast rate for both of those two, and the bowlers themselves are not quite looking like the team that we saw yesterday. So we'll pay attention to how they do the rest of the way, but things are a little bit more difficult. Have a little bit of leg spin now. And this is going to be Arna bowling over in number 8. Arna Krishnaveni. So just a little bit of a lull for the moment. Clouds have gone away. So I think you've seen where in the last couple of overs things have changed just a little bit. Maybe the threat of rain isn't quite there as much as it was about an hour ago. And the ground is actually bathed in sunshine. Even though the wind is picking up a little bit. And you might just hear the tent above us being blown about by the wind. We'll see whether or not we can get that straight sometime soon, but for the most part, things happen to be going in the direction. Now I'll say this. If I were the bowling side, I'd want to toss one up to be hit in the air on the leg side, because that's where the wind is coming from. Ooh, I think that's exactly what she was trying to do there. If you toss the ball up in the air, when the big hit comes, it will be going in the direction of the wind, and that would hold the ball up in the air and present a catching opportunity. So pay attention to that, the way it develops over the next several overs. Flatter through the air this time, and it's going to be wide. So we'll be just paying attention to how this develops over the next several overs. I will say that at present, it is the Atlanta War Eagles game to lose, even with the strong bowling unit that the DC Titans represent. We'll see how well they do. Tossed up, played down the ground. And I think the coaching staff would have told this opening pair, do not hit the ball in the air toward the leg side from this end. From the opposite end, if you're hitting from the southern end of the ground, in other words, as you look at the screen toward your top right, in other words, if they're at the far end hitting from that end, then the ball would be helped by the wind. That becomes a much easier hit. Pay attention to how that develops the rest of the way. Dot ball close things out here in over number 8. At the end of 8, the score is 41 without loss. Make that 43 without loss. So new bowler into the attack. This is going to be Aradia Kaushal. Bowling here over number 9. And I will tell you that things have just gotten that much more interesting in the last few overs, because they've gotten off to a fast start here. They're kind of War Eagles and are essentially a nose in front. Opening pair is off to a really good start. And Ananish 16 from 26. That's going to be wide, that's not going to help. Ashika Chiranatha Gandla 19 from 24. So as advertised, her strike rate is going to be the higher of the two. But as I said earlier, from this end, a big hit on the leg side is going to be very dangerous to the bowling unit, because the wind is coming in from the top, make that the bottom, top left of your screen. It's coming from that direction. So big hit toward long on, big hit toward mid wicket. That would be aided by the wind. It's something that you want to avoid if you were the bowling unit. See what happens here. Tossed up. That is the type of delivery I'm talking about. Now, it's important to note that they've done the right thing, brought the leg spinner from this end. So the leg spinner will be turning the ball away from the right-handed batters. And so it is likely that if you go for a big hit from this end with enough turn, it wouldn't be so ball stroke. Game within the game elements that we'd want to pay attention to. See what happens from here. Tossed up, swept around the corner, fine leg after it. 2 runs would have been on the card. In fact, 2 runs remain on the card. And they do get that second run. Not exactly committed to sprinting between the wickets, but something that you have to pay attention to the rest of the way. So running between the wickets, urgency has to be there. As of right now, you don't quite see that same urgency. There's a hesitancy, but in this case, it does not hurt. So 4 overs, make that 4 balls to be bowled in this over. Beautiful leg before, probably laughable. And with the last ball coming up here, I believe this is the last ball of over number 9. Bowler is Aradia Kaushal. Tossed up, worked into the leg side. That, to me, is better commitment to running. Immediately recognizing the opportunity for the run, and then taking off. To complete over number 9, 6 runs coming from it, they need to score at the rate of less than 4 runs and over. So whether we talk about Duckworth Lewis or not, the Atlanta War Eagles, as of right now, are ahead in this game. 6 runs from over number 9, scores 49 without loss.
That is them go. Yes, interview. I'm scared. Ask him tough questions.
Into over number 10. And ladies and gentlemen, a bad day just got exponentially worse. Not only was there a drop catch in the field just now, and that drop catch brings up the 50 as they run a single off of that drop. But I, either fortunately or unfortunately, I'm joined here in the commentary area by the great Sudhakar. Sudhakar,
Hey Brian,
how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I am excellent, and I will say that it has been a pleasure seeing not just Ranjit, who I've known for a long time, but you do everything that you've done in the space for women's cricket for the last several years. So, obviously I'm kidding around a lot. Everything that you do is so important. So talk about your involvement in cricket, in women's cricket, and then what are you looking to accomplish with this tournament and going forward?
Definitely. Brian, first of all, it's very good to see you here, supporting women's cricket, obviously. And we have Ranjit, who has always been around the women's cricket, and he's a great supporter. And yeah, as for myself, being here is a great feeling. Of course, among you stalwarts here, supporting. Yeah, I always am very happy in the role that I'm for providing for the growth of women's cricket. It's like supporting. And I'm here as a parent as well, so that's another role. And parents make up that whole big chunk of the supporting for women's cricket.
Well, first wicket falls. I'm going to ask you some more about that in a minute, but that is a huge wicket. Quick stumping affected that time by the keeper. That is Aishi Garlapati behind the stumps. Really swift stumping, and that sees the back of the opening batter. Not exactly sure which opening batter it is, but one wicket is down, and certainly you want to get back into this game. The DC Titans are very well reputed bowling side, and I think that just Ashika is the one who's out. And Ananya Nish, 21 from 31, is still at the wicket. Ashika Chirnatagandla. It shows as a catch on the scorecard, but it was the square leg umpire who raised his finger, Noel Varghese. So I believe that should have been a stumping. So we'll get that clarified shortly. Anyway, back to what you've done with cricket. How important is it? Yes, you're a cricket parent, but I suspect that you also see the opportunity to grow cricket in the country. Talk about the reasons why you have that.
I have to say that my first response to your question will be NWCL. That's where the whole journey started for us. Myself, Savia, and our family in terms of women's cricket. So NWCL has been supporting women's cricket for so long, and we were able to conduct tournaments in New York. The recent one in Albany with 10 teams, and this one is with 5 teams. All focused on providing great background to play cricket for women and girls, all ages. And it's very great to see so many young girls coming on to play natural turf here. And that's our goal, is to make sure we conduct a lot of this. And yeah, cricket in USA is in general growing. Women's cricket, we want to go to a level where we can have more franchise cricket in play, and have all these girls have something to look up to in addition to the USA cricket pathway.
We talk about the USA cricket pathway. That is not an easy one to define at any one point in time, and it becomes tricky sometimes, but ultimately you want to make sure that whenever things sort themselves out at the national level, kids who are playing don't care about the issues that us adults worry about. They care about playing cricket on the field. So how important is it that regardless of what happens at the national level, for there to still be cricket that the kids can play?
Oh, definitely, because pathway is partly conducted only like a couple of months throughout the year, but then the girls have to grow in terms of skill set. They have to play cricket all throughout the year, and that's where all these private tournaments and leagues will come in play, and NWCL being a bigger part of that. The goal is to make sure all these girls, irrespective of the pathway, they get the chance to develop their skill, practice, and enjoy the game. That's the foremost. They have to start enjoying the game before they can go to any level of competition.
Absolutely important. And so now, oh, look at this. Another wicket falls. This one tossed up huge swipe, and Tenamshri has a wicket that is, she's into her second over, but that is a big wicket. So you've knocked back and sent back the other opener, am I right?
Yes.
So both openers are gone. Ananya Anish, who is very aggressive, who scores very heavily, but that dismissal opens things up a little bit here. So as far as this game is concerned, to talk to you about this game, where's your money?
I think War Eagles are doing great right now. As of right now with Habiba in. But DC Titans are spirited now with 2 wickets in succession. Now I think, yeah, it's a great matchup right now.
So you what?
2 more wickets.
Yes.
DC Titans are in.
2 more wickets, and the DC Titans are a really good bowling side.
Yeah, definitely.
And if you note that it just got cloudy again, so Messrs. Duckworth and Lewis might rear the ugly heads at some point. And those 2 wickets mean that Duckworth-Lewis target gets more challenging for the batting side.
Yeah.
So we'll pay attention to how this looks, but the rest of the way, batters now are going to be Habiba Bader, the captain, and Darshna Karthik, 2 brand new batters. Habiba Bader has played cricket for a long time. Full toss, straight to mid wicket, doesn't hurt. But in the remaining couple of minutes that we talk, I want you to talk about NWCL, where it can go, and what resources are needed to get it to where it can get.
NWCL, definitely we want to promote competitive cricket and providing, of course, inviting most of the girls throughout the country and women as well. Because with the pathway becoming so competitive, women are getting very less cricket around USA, and with the absence of franchise cricket, there is no other way for them to keep up their skill and enjoy the game. I think NWCL will be prominently conducting tournaments around that area where all the girls and women can come in and showcase their skills, at the same time make friends. That's another thing I like to see at NWCL, and I see it every time happening. So many girls come through and they enjoy all these national players, USL cricket national players, especially here. I had a few young players looking at Ritu Singh and Jivana play the game, being on the same ground at the same time. That's the kind of experience we want to provide all these players throughout NWCL. Of course, this can only happen if we get enough sponsorship and enough support. And we do have great people sponsoring and supporting this cricket, especially NWCL. And we would like to get more people involved in this. Hopefully, all these players throughout these tournaments build up their games and the kind of excitement they can provide. I'm hopeful more people will come forward to supporting these tournaments.
Last question for you. I just gave you a win predictor and asked you to apply it to this situation or to this game. What 2 numbers are you looking at and for which teams?
Right now, the required is what I'm looking for AWE. Or definitely, they have the game in their hand, but with
So you're being a politician. Answer the question I asked you. Win predictor. Give me 2 percentages. One for AWE, one for DC Titans.
You're putting me in a very wrong situation because now I have to face two coaches from the 2 teams when I walk away from here.
Well, they won't hear this until afterward. It doesn't matter. All right, fine. I won't put you in a difficult situation. I will instead say that it is extremely impressive what you and everybody associated with NWCL have done. I personally am proud to lend support in whatever way I can, and I thank you for doing what you do to develop women's cricket in the country.
Sure, thank you, Brian. Thank you so much for all your help and support too.
Absolutely.
All right, it was nice talking to you.
Good chatting with you as well, eventually. So, back to the game. Ladies and gentlemen, this game just got really, really interesting. Couple of wickets and 53 runs on the board. Habiba Badr is the captain and she's at the wicket. And everything that hits the pads is eliciting a tremendous appeal. It's going to be Aradia Kaushal who's back into the attack. She's bowling here over number 12. They're down to mid-off. No run there. So, again, you're looking at conditions that are getting darker. But for the moment, the rain is staying away. But whether it be via Duckworth Lewis or whether it be just outright winning, as of right now, the team on top is Atlanta. That ball came in tremendously. You see the leg spinner bowling to the left-handed batter. Leg spinners are tricky to face, but a left-handed batter wants to face the leg spin because the power stroke toward the leg side is aided by the ball turning into her. Tossed up, paddles just around the corner, tries to paddle it around the corner anyway. Hits the pad, no run. A lot of appeals for LBW. Anything that hits the pads is eliciting huge shouts. But as of the moment, still have 53 runs on the board. You're not quite at the halfway stage yet, whether in terms of the number of balls remaining or in terms of the runs that you have, rather. But you are at the halfway stage in terms of the balls remaining, or at least you will be after the next 3 deliveries. End of over number 12. The score is 53 for 2. That was a maiden that you just saw. And that will bring up the water break. We will take the break along with the players. And stay tuned for a pretty exciting close to this match. 53 for 2 after 12. business end of this match. 53 runs on the board for the Atlanta War Eagles. 2 wickets down. We are into the post-water break session. 7 to 8 balls. Make that 7 to 7 after that dot ball is what you have remaining. And 59 runs needed for victory. Tapped it into the leg side. This is going to be an interesting matchup because this is the captain, Habiba Badr. But more to the point, she is a left-hander, so she's facing up to the leg spinner. Leg spinner who's bowling really well here, Tanushri Vishal. I want to see exactly how she does to the left-hander. She's going around the wicket. She toss it up to the leg spinner, or to the left-hander rather. Played into the offside. Quick single. Get the single without much fuss. So you had a couple of singles after the initial dot ball. And you are approaching the halfway stage. 54, make that 55 runs on the board, and you need another 57. So another single will get you at the halfway stage, and you are exactly at the halfway stage in terms of balls remaining. 75 balls, so you've gotten halfway through the innings, and 1 run short of it being a halfway score. And can this game be any closer? Quick single. And so at this stage, comfortable doing it in singles, the War Eagles, and I tell you that that is a perfect approach. You don't need big hits. You're only needing fewer than 5 runs and over to win. And ignoring the Duckworth-Lewis factor, if you just get singles, 56, and you're exactly at the halfway stage here. 56 from the next 74, and you win this game. And that's hammered away around the corner. Sweeper on the boundary. That is a great sliding stop. And I'll tell you what, that should not have been 2, or it should have been 2. I think they might be guilty of ball watching there because that ball was just going to be, I think, over the ropes. At least that's what the fielder would have thought. And she ends up pulling up. And in fact, that ends up costing them, I think, a single. Easily could have been 2 runs if they'd committed to it, but they essentially thought that it was going to be 4. It's a great piece of fielding on the boundary, stops that. Look at that ball tossed up in the air and fielded at short mid-wicket, no run. 4 runs coming from the over. That is the end of over number 13. And the 13 sees the score is 57 for 2. Mentioned earlier that we're at the business end of this match. It is going to be Aradia Kaushal to continue, and watch here to the left-hander. The ball is down the leg side, and yet another wide. So we've had a few extras in this match, a ton of them from the Atlanta War Eagles when they bowled. Not quite getting the same number here from the Titans. They're a good bowling side, but coming into the back end of this match, you're looking here at another 4.5 runs and over needed. Captain Habiba Badr on strike. Oh, looks to cut this one away. That's the line I'd want to bowl if I were a bowler bowling from the southern end of the ground. This is Aradia Kaushal. If I'm bowling from that end, that's the line I want. I want to keep the ball outside the line of off stump because anything toward the pads invites trouble to the left-hander. That's close. That is very close. Umpire Conrad Rogers thinking about it and then deciding it was slipping down. So and to make sure that you get whatever you need to get those deliveries in the right place, because there is very little margin for error. Even if you take out the Duckworth-Lewis angle, it becomes something that you have to negotiate and have to be able to be prepared for. So going into the last 70 deliveries of this match, at least maximum 70, rain could yet play a factor, but we'll pay attention to that. 3 straight dots after a couple of wides, so this is good bowling from Tanushree Vishal, from Aradia Kaushal. And when you bowl those dot balls, you help to build pressure, and that pressure becomes that much more exacerbated in the context of a final, a semi-final. Look at that turn, that ball coming back in sharply. Now, do you ever want to consider attacking the leg spinner? There is a huge gap between long on and wide mid wicket. There's probably a 60-degree slice in that area that you could potentially exploit if you wanted to. And that's exactly the area she plays it, but it goes along the ground